So that's it. It's just,
Okay.
there's no paperwork. Oh, this, okay.
I would like to call to order the Avalon City Council meeting of Tuesday, October 3rd. If we could please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Put your hand over your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please stay standing. In the last couple of days, there's been a major tragedy, as we all know, in Las Vegas. And unfortunately, well, for those 59 who have died and the 527 that are wounded, of course, our thoughts and prayers go out to them and their families. And also, as you know, a number of our family and friends were at that festival, and they had unspeakable situation. Our thoughts and prayers are with them, that they can recover and work through this process. Also, there's a lady in town, Cherie, whose sister, Chris, was actually hit with a bullet, and she's in a trauma center in Las Vegas. So we wish them all the best. Also, for Marie Whittington, who passed last week, we would like to keep her in our thoughts. So if we could please have some moments of silence. Please be seated. Okay. Hi, Jim.
Here somewhere. Just looking at it.
And the first item on the agenda is the regulatory options to consider in regulating cannabis. Continued. Mark Tran is with us again.
Good evening. So this is the third study session on cannabis regulatory options, and at the September 19th City Council meeting, the City Attorney's Office was directed to research the possibility of allowing medical cannabis delivery services within the city, and we were directed to draft an ordinance to that end, and we're also tasked with looking at potential regulations for personal indoor cultivation of cannabis by individuals 21 years of age or older, and also expanding the scope of the smoking ban to include cannabis. So, starting off with Exhibit A to the staff report. This is the draft ordinance to consider allowing a delivery service in the city for medical users. And I think what I'll do is highlight some key components of the ordinance, just so I don't put everyone to sleep by going section by section, but I'll defer to the council if that's preferred.
If I could stop you just in your report summary.
Yes.
It says, if a local jurisdiction adopts such a ban or prohibits the retail sale of cannabis or cannabis products, they will be ineligible to receive grant funding. So is a delivery service included in that retail sale thing, so we would be eligible for funding?
Yes, that's correct. A retail or a delivery service is considered a retail use.
Okay.
Even if it's just medical?
Excuse me?
If the delivery is just for medical? Is that the equivalent of retail?
Yes, as currently drafted, it's limited to medical users as recipients. So, returning to Exhibit A of the staff report, the draft ordinance.
I guess in a way going piece by piece might be helpful.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know, what does the rest of the council think? if you've made comments as you go down the ordinance, would you like to kind of do them in order, or?
We're gonna, if we could have a pause.
We need to
I know
have a
that
pause for just
Oh,
a moment.
She doesn't have a
Sorry.
copy of the.
Yeah.
Oh,
Richard and I don't have a copy of it.
oh, okay.
You don't have item one?
No.
You got your email box.
Yep. Probably there.
It's Friday, I'll go get it.
Okay.
Quiet like a church today.
Yes, somehow I missed it on email. I guess it was sent to us via email too.
Would you excuse me for a minute?
Yes.
I think I left my phone on my car.
Uh-oh. Want me to call you?
Hi, Joe. I don't even remember it via email, which is weird. I do not have this in my email either. Something has gone wrong. Oh, I've got it. I did get it via email. I think I get confused these days because our emails are now coming from everybody, depending on who's. Sometimes they come from Devin, sometimes Jen, sometimes Gabby now. So I think but it's just downloading now, so whether it got
Find your
hooked
phone.
up, I mean,
Yes.
just now it's downloading. So it's, thank you so much.
Okay, I think we're back in bed. So,
Okay.
so,
Okay, so I guess I'll go section by section if that's easier for the council to follow. And then it'd probably be easier for me to jot down my notes as well. So the first portion of Exhibit A here are just the recitals and the legislative history that have led us up to current day. And it discusses the city's authority to regulate cannabis in its jurisdiction. And the substance of the ordinance begins on page 5 of Exhibit A. And it starts off with the purpose and intent of the ordinance, which is to accommodate the needs of medically ill persons in need of cannabis for medical purposes, and sets up the reason behind the need for the delivery service.
Are we looking at some of the information we have here?
A and B are switched.
But yeah, they are switched.
Oh,
And
So
Mark,
it-
can you get closer, because we can
Yes,
barely
it's
hear you.
page 1
Okay.
of 28, Joseph. Oh, I'm reading the ordinance. Oh, you're getting past all the whereases?
yes, past the
Okay.
recitals into
Okay, all right, thank you.
substance. So section 2 of the ordinance.
Is it in this? Jesus, can we make it more confusing?
So you go through all the definitions.
Right, and most of these are from the statutory, borrowed from the statutory language in SB 94.
Yeah, okay, that's what
And then the next substantive section is page 9, proposed section 5.20.030. And this sets forth some regulations for the kind of internal operations of the proposed business. In particular, it requires that the business entity obtain a permit from the city. And then subsection B requires particular training for the employees of the establishment.
I'd like you to go back to A again,
Okay.
Mark, please. Okay, because we had this little discussion a little earlier, so for clarification, no person may engage in business or in activity within the city, including blah, 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 or sale, da, 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 da. Unless the person has a valid permit from the city, of course, and is currently in compliance with all applicable state and local laws and regulations pertaining to the business and the medical cannabis business activities, including the duty. So we can then say, we could issue the permit, but they could not start the business until they got their permit from the CBB or the
Right, from the-
BCB or whatever their
The
name is now.
state Bureau of Cannabis Control, that's correct.
Yeah,
Yes.
okay. All righty. And
Are there any other questions on subsection A at this time? Okay. So returning to subsection B, again, that pertains to employee qualifications and any training that employees of the establishment would need. And then moving on to proposed section 5.20.040. This sets the maximum allowable permits under the ordinance at 1. So there would be 1 permitted delivery service within the city. However, subsection A2 allows the council in its discretion to increase that number at a later time if it so chooses. And the draft ordinance currently allows a 12-month window, so the city council has more time to consider the effects of the delivery service or whether there are additional qualified or desirable delivery services that can be permitted.
And I would like to maybe throw up for council consideration that we allow 2 permits so that there is not a monopoly. And that's something up for discussion. That was just, just my thought. So I don't know.
Okay.
Do you want to discuss the each, I guess, decision points for the council? Do you want to discuss them as they come up, or do you want to go through the ordinance and then come back to them? And maybe make more,
Let's go through, let's
You wanna
make a
go
note
through it
and
first?
come back.
Okay.
Come and make
Because, I mean, he's
another-
just touching on the highlights, so unless we bring things up, it's not going to be discussed. So,
And then remember that the purpose of this is, after we're done with this, we'll take your thoughts
Right.
And then in 2 weeks, we'll come back with the first reading of the actual.
That's, yes. So however you want to take your notes so that we can discuss them. So that would be my thing, talk about 2. Okay, but go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And moving on to subsection B here, as currently drafted, the draft ordinance would prohibit all other medical cannabis businesses. So that would include any cultivation or testing businesses. However, the way that the ordinance is drafted, the city attorney's office can very easily add sections to allow additional or related cannabis businesses as the council sees fit. Subsection C pertains to non-medical cannabis businesses, and those would be prohibited in the city as currently drafted.
I don't know why I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Okay. Is this better?
I don't,
Maybe there's something with the microphone. I was asking the.
Mark, why don't you come sit here and I'll by Denise. Well,
Okay.
yeah.
You just said you're going to bite me.
Permission to approach
the
the
bench.
city clerk.
No,
This-
Scott.
I'll
this
swap.
mic can be better.
Thanks, Scott.
Watch what you ask for.
Careful.
Goofball.
Well, let's see if this works a little better.
He's much taller than I am. Is this better?
I think you just have a very kind, soft voice. So talk tough.
Back into the mic.
All right. Okay. This is better. Okay. I think we left off with section 5.20050.
Yes.
So this has to do with the renewal of applications, any revocations or suspensions of state licenses, and Madam Mayor, this has to do with your question earlier with compliance with state laws. So if there's a situation where a permittee is in violation of state law or otherwise triggers review from the state, and the state revokes or suspends their license, they would no longer be able to operate in the city because they'd be violating state law and their state license would be jeopardized. Moving down to page 12, subsection B, each permit is set to expire 12 months after the date of issuance, so it would come up for renewal on an annual basis. Subsection D addresses the renewal process, and it requires that an applicant file for renewal at least 60 calendar days prior to the expiration of the current permit. It sets forth other regulations as well, including a fee that the city council shall set. Moving on to subsection E, this is a point that I addressed earlier, that if the state revokes or suspends, otherwise terminates a permittee's license, they will have to cease any cannabis-related activity in the city. Moving down to subsection 5, or section 5.20.060, this addresses appeals. If a permittee has any questions or concerns about the revocation or termination, expiration of their permit, they can use this as a vehicle to bring their concerns to the city council for review. It includes a written, or requires a written request for an appeal and provides that person with a hearing. Moving into section 5.2.
And I'm sorry, and they would then be closed at that time. So if it takes us 90 days, they're out of business for 90 days, because we have 90 days in which to act on it, have to have the hearing, correct? So, okay.
Yes, I would also add that it
In
would,
90 days?
Uh-huh. No later than 90 days after they file the
Within
appeal.
90 days.
Yeah,
right, there's a 90-day window.
okay.
Section 5.20.070, this has to do with the selection process. Subsection A1 provides that the City Council shall adopt a resolution to set forth a procedure to evaluate any applicants. And there's a kind of narrowing process. For example, if there are 20 applicants, the list will be narrowed down to 3 finalists, and they will be allowed to provide a presentation before the City Council about their proposed business. And there's a proposed ranking system for the council to consider. This would also be included in the resolution, and the City Council can use a point system to rank the applicants, just to provide some guidance as to how they can select from the batch of applicants that apply for a permit.
Could I ask a question, Mayor, on that point? Doesn't the council, though, still vest it with total discretion as to who or what they do in regards to granting a permit? They have total discretion. They could use a ranking system, but they would still have the ultimate discretion in making the choice, like we do on bids.
Oh, right.
That, anyway, I don't know, is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And also, depending on which factors the council chooses to consider and include in the resolution, there can be more or less discretion kind of included in that resolution. So some things would be evaluating an applicant's contributions to the community, or whether they have a positive or negative impact, or and some things are more kind of check the boxes. Do they have a security plan?
Right.
Have they already obtained a business permit? Things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Then moving on to subsection B.
Wait, back up to number 3.
Yes.
At least 10 days prior to the hearing, notice of the hearing shall be sent to all property owners located within 300 feet of the proposed business location. If they have met all of the requirements and have all of the security and all of the panic buttons and all of the everything, why does it go to the public within 300 feet versus if I buy a liquor store, I don't think we're sending, if it's zoned that way, I don't think we're sending it to 300 feet around the people. Just a question.
New licensure.
I think this is a
What?
New licensures.
Yeah, this is, it's really taken from our planning approvals. Whenever you have a new business that is a CUP, you notice businesses within 300 feet of that business to get your CUP. So this is just transferring that to the delivery services.
Okay. And I think you're right, because in the cannabis business, they are trying to model it as much after alcohol as they can. So, okay, perfect.
Okay, thank you. Subsection B prohibits the transfer of permits, so that permits cannot be sold between businesses, things like that. Yes.
I have my delivery service, I incorporate it,
Okay.
and I have a stock transfer. I've effectively transferred the business.
That would trigger a change in ownership, and I think that would also trigger a requirement that you reapply for the state permit. And under the state regulations, I think the definition of an owner includes a number of things, like having 20% or more of an ownership interest in the corporation, or having a board position, or otherwise being able to,
So we're covered by the state.
drive. Right.
Okay.
Okay. Section 5.20.080. This sets forth requirements that the permittee must meet before commencing operations, starting with subsection A, city business license. Subsection B, building permits and inspections. Subsection C, certification from the planning director. Subsection D, right to occupy and to use property. Subsection E, limitations on the city's liability. So this is an indemnification agreement that the permittee will have to enter into.
And is there only in a commercial zone? Or can a location be in a residential zone?
Everything is business, right?
Should be commercial.
Yeah, commercial business.
Yeah.
And it goes up about the 200 block. Or just a couple.
But what if I sell Amway and I deliver it to your home and I keep the Amway at my house because nobody will be going in there as a customer?
That's a good point.
I don't believe the ordinance as currently drafted includes such a restriction, so I'm going to make a note
Okay.
to include
I
that.
guess that can be something we come back and talk to.
Yeah.
Okay.
That-
Okay, and then section 5.20.090, operating requirements. So the first one is compliance with laws. This would include state and local laws, and also some federal policy statements on the enforcement of the federal laws. There's also a provision about the fees, charges, and taxes, requiring that the permittee keep up with taxes and payments to the city. And also some bookkeeping requirements would be related to that for audit purposes. Section C includes operating requirements such as hours of operation and limiting on-site sales, which this is also discussed elsewhere. Then also Section D prohibits the consumption on-site.
And if we're going back to C, I'd like us to discuss, if we're going to start getting specific, the hours of operation and the days of the week.
Okay. Okay. Moving on to section E, or subsection E. No outdoor storage of cannabis or cannabis products is permitted at any time. And subsection F, as I mentioned earlier, this is related to subsection B, in that it allows or requires the permittee to keep records for audit purposes.
How do you keep records?
Numbered slips.
Yeah, I mean, on a cash business, so how do you keep a record on it? I don't know.
I believe the tracking
You
system.
take a picture of the money? I don't know, I mean, I mean, maybe it's a stupid question.
No, does somebody kind of have an answer to that?
POS system.
Carl?
Okay,
Yeah.
Okay.
thank you.
Yeah, at the league conference, there were a whole bunch of businesses that were setting up how to manage your marijuana business.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Cannabis business, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I'm old school.
Oh, you didn't say weed, Mary Jane.
Subsection G requires cultivation be done in conformance with state and local regulations. Subsection H requires an emergency contact for the business, a point person of sorts that the city can reach out to if it has any questions about operations or any emergency situations that might arise.
And then back to G, how will
Yes.
we know that all cannabis, it's going to be interesting as we try to develop our internal controls. There's a heck of a lot of work to be done. from who's the designee in most instances to, there's a lot of fine tuning to these broad rules that procedurally it's going to be cumbersome.
Any vendor gets verified just like an agent, and they end up.
All right. Yeah. And Carl, I know what you're saying. I'm just talking about this whole system, where this whole permitting process that we're setting up is going to be cumbersome. I mean, there's a lot of fine details to all of this.
I would imagine
these
there,
are all in broad sense.
I would imagine in addition to additional details, that there'd be some self-certification process that you'd have to go through in the meantime as as people, something under penalty of whatever, of,
Right.
perjury or revocation of license or something, that there's some self-certifications that people would have to make.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then you're still on emergency contact? Where'd you go?
I think,
Well, sign in.
yes. Subsection I, signage and notices. So this would require a city sign permit. And
But if they're not a storefront, they're just a delivery service, I would think we would have no signs. But just a thought.
Mark that as a discussion point.
Yes. Well, no, 'cause you can't go and buy it.
I get it.
Taking this cannabis too seriously. Go ahead.
Moving on to subsection J, it addresses minors and the business entities, so disallowing persons under the age of 18 from serving as a delivery driver and prohibiting entrance.
So back to minors in one, why wouldn't all the drivers need to be 21? If we're saying it shall be unlawful in violation of this chapter for any person to employ any person at the business who is not at least 21, why wouldn't we not have drivers that are 21 as well? Discussion point.
Okay.
And number 2, the entrance to the medical cannabis business shall be clearly and legibly posted with a notice that no person under the age of 18, but they're not actually able to conduct business out of a location.
Right, so we can,
So item
Yeah.
number 2 needs to be,
I've added a note that to provide clarifying language that there should be no access, which I will add. Subsection K addresses odor control. And it sets forth various odor control devices that a business entity may use. Subsection L requires the display of a permit and city business license. This is to facilitate inspections if any are required. Subsection M requires...
Again, where are we gonna, you got your license outside your door, on your window, like a building permit?
For the vacation room.
It would be on the inside because we do have to do periodic inspections.
Inside.
Place.
Oh, okay, display, okay, yeah.
and then along with permits, we should add
No.
the discussion item of a vehicle permit, whether that needs to be a commercial or a resident, can be a residential vehicle permit.
Yeah, that's in here too.
Okay.
Wait, hold on again. On L,
Yes.
the permit readily visible to the public. And again, the public's not going in there.
Okay.
So figure out where we put it.
Okay.
They can put it on their mailbox.
Yeah, on the other side of the neon sign. Okay.
And did we skip over the part that would be talking about vehicles?
No.
No.
Okay.
That's way.
All right, okay.
Yeah, that's a little deeper in the ordinance, but it's coming up. Subsection M, background check. So this background check basically mirrors the state regulations. So if they're, It's, again, mostly the same. So it's required under the state regs, and we've included them here as well.
So there was a comment at one of the workshops I've been to that come back with a background check and find out that I got busted for a joint when I was 21. Personally, I don't think the reasons our prisons are full of people was because they got busted for cannabis, and there's a thought that the people that were in the cannabis business illegally are also very smart cannabis business people, and they know. So I wouldn't, for discussion, wouldn't like to exclude those who have been involved with cannabis possession or paraphernalia charges in the past. I think that's just, I wouldn't like to kick them out because of that.
Mayor, the way that it works in employment is that is that while we ask the question, it doesn't necessarily preclude you from hiring. For example, an example that you used, someone's 21 and they're now 35, 36, and they're applying for a job, and they had a misdemeanor conviction of something. It doesn't necessarily, and even in law enforcement, I think that's true now, that you look at what the nature of the crime was, and you evaluate that. You look at when it occurred, and you look then at the record between that time and the current time. And so I think to the extent that this ordinance allows you that discretion, it would follow what we do in employment law.
Won't some of those arrests or those people that had infractions in the past be nullified by the state? I think.
I mean, as the law changed, as the law has changed.
Right, under three strikes reform.
Is there people that were, let's say they have 3 strikes and they're all about marijuana? Isn't the state going through a process where they're going to banish those from the people's records and nullify those?
That was part of what we voted on kind of in the last election, something to that effect, wasn't it? That would happen.
I believe so, but I don't know if it's happened yet. What I'm saying is I think they're going to remove those from people's records. When they were talking about it, I know the state of California was talking about that so that people don't have the marks on their records.
Right. Yeah, and the juveniles too.
Yeah.
Right. Some
I don't know about juveniles, but
some drug-related felonies have been reclassified as misdemeanors, and the state does allow people that were previously convicted of that to apply for their records to be expunged, so they would be erased or otherwise scrubbed from that person's record. And also, low-level drug-related offenses wouldn't necessarily prohibit those individuals from obtaining a state license. There's some flexibility built into the state regulations, and also in terms of local regulations, I know that the city of Oakland explicitly includes in their ordinance language to the effect that if you have a low-level possession-related conviction, that won't preclude you from obtaining a permit or anything like that from the city.
So not knowing what crimes are listed in the Business and Professions Code, Section 19323, shall fail the background and shall be ineligible. So I guess where there might be clarification or whatever 19323 is, perhaps we can discuss that.
Okay. Okay. Subsection N prohibits loitering. Subsection O requires that the permittee obtain all other applicable permits, things like that, from for example, building department, planning. Moving down to section 5.20.100, there's some additional record-keeping requirements. This is more for audits and inspections, things like that. There's an inventory record-keeping requirement, and part of this will be handled by the state's track and trace program, which they're still working on. Subsection B pertains to various security measures that the permittee must have to deter theft and unauthorized entrance. Some of the requirements include a surveillance system, sensors to detect entrances and exits, panic buttons, alarm systems, security personnel. Subsection gets J2. This is another reference to a sort of point person that the city can contact. In this context, it has to do with for security concerns.
Can we just back up to 1A? Preventing individuals from remaining on the premises of the medical delivery business if they are not engaging in activity directly related to the permitted operations of the medical. We wouldn't really have anybody there because they're not able to conduct business from the location.
I believe this section addresses if there's any activity between employees and the individuals that are customers of the business would be governed by another section.
Okay.
With that said, I can add clarifying language.
I see. Preventing the delivery service individuals from remaining on the premises of another location while they're doing the delivery.
Or the way that I read this is that it prevents individuals that are have some ancillary relationship to the business, but they're on the business side of it, and they're not purchasing from that location because it won't be operating as a storefront.
Okay.
Like your air conditioning needs servicing. We allow you to go there to fix the air conditioning or something like that, but you can't, while you're there, you can't engage in business.
Right.
Got it.
If the business is closed, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, the business would be closed to the public.
Yeah. There could be people there, though, right? I mean, there could be like a security guard, like he says, a air conditioning guy, the water delivery guy. I don't know. I'm just throwing some things out there that.
Right. I would imagine there'd be, administrative staff or other employees that are there to monitor inventory or run the day-to-day kind of behind-the-scenes portion of the business. And the only restriction was that they would not, kind of open their doors to the public for someone to walk up and purchase.
Yeah, right. Of course not.
Surveillance. 24 hours.
Where are you, Mark?
So,
Page 22.
At the top?
so we're done with the surveillance one?
Yes, we finished the.
It would be nice, it says there 24-hour surveillance.
Yes.
It'd also be nice to have them maybe have a backup system in case the power goes out or something. I don't know.
There is something that
Is it-
shall have the capability to remain secure and operate during a power outage and shall ensure that all
So it have
access
that,
doors.
okay.
Item J.
Yeah,
Item J, okay.
yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Gotcha, okay.
Okay, turning to page 22,
Yes.
item number 3.
Wait a minute, go back.
Okay.
I had a question on 8. I mean, on K. A bus-in shall be utilized to limit access to and from entry to the delivery business to separate it from the reception and lobby area. Qualified patients must show, again, the qualified patients aren't going to be going there.
Right.
So however,
Update that.
and those uniformed licensed security personnel that have that State Bureau of da-da-da-da-da, are they gun-toting? Those kind of folks, are they carrying a gun?
Right now, it's not specified. If there's a preference either way, I can make a note of that.
Well, number one, for example, if we're an Amway product and I'm in my home, do I have to have a security guard outside my home 24/7?
You have security, Mayor.
I do, yes, my God, yes. But I mean, so, on question. I mean, this isn't doesn't have the green cross and those folks do have guns, that are in there, but I don't know. I'm looking at whoever I'm looking at that could shed a little light on that. Is that what we're thinking? Or do we just have Art there? Or Eric. Yeah.
Some of the services their guards do are
Oh, wait, you may want to, just because of the audience, thank you. Television audience.
Joshua Dawes, 47 Sol Vista. In the delivery services I've gone into, whether it's been in the state of Arizona or the state of California or the state of Nevada, it's really mixed. It's 50-50. It depends on the municipality of that area and what they really want and what they want the people around there to see and want and feel. So it's really up to you guys. There are guard companies out there that offer armed services, and then there's guard companies out there that offer other services. So it's completely up to you guys on what you want, but it's really 50-50.
Okay. All righty.
I'll mark that as a discussion point.
Yeah, and L again, uniform licensed security personnel shall be employed to monitor site controlling loitering. It's, again, I just think that's more of the situation when you're going into a dispensary than when you're not going into a delivery service.
Okay. Subsection 3. So this has to do with the storage and transportation plan.
And number 2 has a duplicate medical cannabis.
Oh, thank you.
Oh.
Looks like, as does the subsequent sections. Okay, number 4. This requires cooperation with the city for inspections or audits of the security plan or any other requirement. So that would include any other record-keeping related requirement.
I want to ask this question because nothing in this proposal would require us or require the service to provide what might arguably be private information about who recipients are. Nothing in here requires that. It doesn't. You know what I'm saying? That they don't have to keep a list and we say, well, let's see who had the deliveries. I don't know that. I guess I'm asking the question. I'm not suggesting that.
No, with
in
the
fact, I'm
medical
suggesting
I think HIPAA would prohibit that.
Well,
Yeah.
and in fact, I was just going to say that I would argue against that if that were in it. I just want to be sure that that wasn't in it. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Right. Subsection 5, all medical cannabis delivery services shall notify the city manager or his designee in 24 hours after discovering, and there's a list of a number of occurrences. So discrepancies identified during inventory, for example, if 20 pounds of cannabis is missing, something like that, that would warrant notifying the city manager. Subsection 5B.
I think they'd be notifying law enforcement.
Yeah.
Right.
That's what I would do.
Okay.
I would say, city manager is one thing, but also and.
Because I would be calling Captain Hawking and saying, they have a problem, or they have a problem. They'd be calling Captain Hawking.
You would hope. Right, our designee.
The following subsections are similar. Subsection C deals with, altered records, things like that, and subsection D is broad enough to include any other breaches of security.
You're using your inside voice again, Mark.
Oh, sorry. Apologies. Moving on to page 23 here at the top. C, restriction on alcohol sales. Alcohol sales cannot occur on the same site where the cannabis delivery service is operating out of. And then subsection D relates to the status of the operation, whether it's a collective or cooperative, and it restricts the delivery of cannabis from the end user or the patient to another person in a manner which would violate state law. Subsection E so if the delivery service is operating as a collective or cooperative under state law, the medical cannabis delivery service shall terminate the membership of any member that violates a provision of the chapter. So, for example, if a collective finds out that one of its members is requesting delivery services and is then turning around and selling, the product for commercial use or something like that, that would warrant terminating that member's membership. Subsection F is a verification requirement, requires documentation to verify that the person is age 18 or older, and that also that person has a valid doctor's recommendation, that they are a patient and can be a recipient of the medical cannabis. Subsection G prohibits the presence of a physician on the same site. Subsection H, this is another verification requirement. It occurs prior to delivery. So there's at least 2 verification points prior to delivery, maybe when the order is made, whether it's by phone or through an app of some sort. The business should verify that the person is qualified, and then also on the tail end when the delivery driver arrives at the location, verification should happen again. Subsection I limits the amount of cannabis that can be on site.
And then the rest of that gets interesting. They can also sell health-related educational books and publications, apparel, and the like. However, sales shall constitute no more than 15% of the floor area. Okay, again, I think they're going to need a bookmobile because if nobody's going into the store, how are they going to sell those products?
Right.
Can people sell products online though? So you could put, if you had T-shirts, somebody had T-shirts, or somebody had books, it would all be on that kind of thing. Okay, so that I don't know how we want to tweak that, but I think they may sell them. That's granted, but I don't think. I don't understand about the floor space and all of that.
I think that just comes out.
Okay. Subsection A requires that restroom facilities be locked.
That doesn't make any sense.
Subsection K, all cannabis products containing shall be dispensed in child-proof packaging. This is a requirement from state law.
And then they get it to their house and they're not able to open it. So
if they consume too much, then they can't.
Pretty intense. Yeah, I know. I couldn't even get that out of there. I know.
Yeah. Moving on to page 24. Section 5.20.110. So this allows for the delivery of medical cannabis. Again, sets forth the requirement that the owner, operator, and delivery personnel shall comply with applicable state law requirements. There's language requiring that delivery services be provided using commercial vehicles or commercial autoettes.
And so a discussion that I had with someone earlier today, there is no list for commercial autoettes, so we could issue one. They'd go to the hearing officer and it could be issued, but that there be some kind of really secure box, metal box or something on there, because unless they put doors and locks on the doors, if they had something that was secure, that seemed to suffice. Well, that would suffice, do you think?
Yes, and the locked box requirement comes from state law also. So
Okay.
that might be a modification that the business would have to make to its commercial autoettes.
Okay.
Right, yeah, that's the first A is the owner and operator delivery personnel should comply with all applicable state law requirements. The vehicles have to have that lockbox on it.
Okay.
What about the other transportation modes? Do they need lock boxes? In other words, UPS vehicles? Is that anything going to be coming over there? The express boat? I mean, it's got to get here somehow. It's not going to fly itself here. So, does that include
We had in
a
the
secure box from the mainland to here? Would probably be a good idea.
well, we're not. The previous council direction was we're not going to
Discuss
regulate how it gets here. We're going to assume that it's here,
Okay.
and then we're only going to regulate, however it's here, how it's delivered to people. So we've just addressed that. We've kept
That-
out all the provisions about federal law and transporting it here. We're leaving that to the operators to comply with
That
whatever
is-
laws they have. But
That is an amazingly profound thing to just turn your head on. I mean, okay, I can do that, no problem. I mean, that's not a problem at all. We'll just pretend it just appeared here. I mean, that's what we're doing in a sense, so.
Yeah.
I understand it's a complicated situation when it comes to the federal government and the state government, so that's fine. If that's our direction, that's absolutely what we'll do.
Well, in moving forward, I would like to investigate some other options for getting it on the island and have those discussions at another time, because we might,
It's a lot of obvious methods, there's the barge, there's the boat, there's the plane, there's private boats, there's, so, yeah, it probably is something we could talk about, but I don't know if it's anything we can do anything about, and I think we're just wasting our time talking about it, so, but I wanted to mention it just once to get it on the table, so people understand that we're not just blindly turning our backs on these things, we're trying to identify them the best we can and process them.
If I might address the issue of transportation briefly, the Bureau of Cannabis Control issued its initial study, NEG-DEC, regarding the commercial cannabis business licensing program regulations last month. And Chapter 2 of that document addresses delivery services, and it requires that deliveries occur by commercial vehicles. It prohibits use of, any boats, planes, drones,
Okay.
bicycles.
Commercial vehicles.
Commercial vehicles.
Okay, that's
correct.
That defines it a little bit better. Okay.
Returning to subsection C of section 5.20.110, delivery personnel must be an employee of the medical cannabis delivery service. Subsection D, before dispensing any products, the delivery personnel must verify that the requester is an authorized customer. Moving down to section 5.20.120. This allows the council to establish additional rules, regulations. It governs the publication of the regulations. It says that they'll be provided on the city's website.
no, I'm just going to shortchange or shortcut, because we do have the other ordinance. The rest of these stuff are all administrative ministerial stuff that are not really substantive, with the exception of we are prohibiting it in 52130. Smoking in public places is prohibited for cannabis. So it's got to be private in your house. The rest of it is we're going to set fees. We're going to be able to, we are requiring some community relations of the provider so that they do community outreach to talk about the things that you've been talking about education, and this, is not for minors, it's for medical. And then we just have some provisions there about who can enforce it. And just like it'll be code enforcement. We can go over these more in detail, but we also have the other ordinance to talk about, which is cultivation. So I just gave a short summary of what the other provisions are. That's fine.
Can I ask you, or just the council in general, what direction we're going to take as far as no smoking in public places? So, I mean, it's probably the same as smoking tobacco, where you find a little spot. It still wafts, into areas, and we had a problem. Some people speak out in the public. Maybe they don't want their kids and their grandparents or whoever to be having to smell it because somebody's smoking up the street and the wind's blowing this way. Can I just say that maybe that would open up a door for somebody to have maybe a hookah lounge or something like that, maybe a lounge where you could... I know it takes some money because I know that it has to be a sophisticated ventilation system, but all the same, it would give people the opportunity to, without having to sneak around or break the law, to be like blackballed from anywhere, or like the stigmata of Avalon, to be smoking in public or in a designated area that is not really that private. This would open up an opportunity for someone, wouldn't it?
We could look at that for sure.
Okay. Yeah, because it would be a little more dignified for somebody who has to medicate themselves or feels the need to, or to go into a place that's secure and sanitary and clean, and it's not breaking the law. And I would think we need to kind of be open to something like this because it gives people a place to go. Okay, that's all.
Okay, but
consideration.
No, it is. So also when we talked last time, there was a discussion about delivery to hotel rooms, and so they can deliver to any. Did you put something in here, right or wrong, good or bad? Yes or no?
No, there's nothing discussing the delivery to hotels in particular, and
so they could, and then whatever the policy of that establishment be, like they can't smoke in the rooms, but
it would be left up to the hotel.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. And as Scott mentioned, the remainder of that ordinance is primarily administrative.
Now let's talk. Hey.
So unless there are other questions, I'll move on to the personal cultivation ordinance. So the first section includes the recitals and the substance of the ordinance begins with section 5-30.010. That's the purpose. The following section has to do with the definitions. Those are substantially the same as the other ordinance and what the state has for those defined terms. Moving into section 5-30.030, this is outdoor cultivation. So as drafted, this would prohibit outdoor cultivation. However, if council wants to allow it, there can be restrictions placed on where that can occur and whether it has to occur maybe outdoors but in a locked box, or out of sight and not within it can't be visible from the street or things like that.
I would like us to discuss outdoor, because I don't believe, for the most part, that anybody there's probably people already growing outdoors, and they're probably very discreet. And I guess they don't want their cannabis stolen, and so I think that we should be able to entertain some kind, with maybe some regulation, some outdoor okay. Because some people inside of their home with the inside cultivation and the restrictions, that may give them no option but to put it outside in a little pot somewhere that's not visible and blah, blah. It's just my thought.
Well, Mayor, for what it's worth, again, I think inside there it creates potentially more problems because of the need for, I'm not saying you shouldn't do it, but I'm just, because the law allows it, but because of the mold issues, the moisture issues, the electrical use issues, and so in some ways by having another venue might be actually safer in one sense from a building and safety standpoint.
I just don't believe a lot of people are going to start growing, now any more than before. And so, okay. But I don't know if we want to say you can have it in or out, and if we do 6 plants, you can have 6, 3 in and 3 out, or you just use your discretion.
And again, you can always adopt the ordinance that prohibits it and then revisit it anytime you want to allow more cultivation.
And the indoor plants too, when they're doing that, people are going to have to upgrade the power and electricity. There's going to be a lot more to it than that. And then, do they have an obligation to contact the people at Edison, or all of a sudden their power usage is going up, your water usage is going up? I don't know. It's going to definitely have an impact on that.
I just think the people
in
that
some way or form, I think, but maybe not that much, but a little bit.
The people that are already doing it indoors are doing it indoors. You've never let me in your house, though.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
And just remember, state law requires, it says we have to allow cultivation of up to 6 plants.
Yeah.
So it's just a matter of the city council determining
so if they want,
how you want to regulate it.
Yeah, so if they want to put some of them outdoors and,
Oh, it's really secure. I'd be okay with that. You don't want people climbing on people's balconies.
no, and then you have a right to shoot them,
Oh.
because that's called trespassing.
No, I don't think you do. You don't. No, they have. There has to be a threat to your life. So we don't want to go there.
Right.
Some of these places are small enough anyway. So not get people.
I know.
Okay, so section 5.30.040, this sets forth some restrictions on how indoor cultivation may occur, including that it occur within a fully enclosed and secure structure that's inaccessible to minors, limiting the cultivation area to 1 cultivation area per residence, requiring that it not be accessible again to minors, requiring locks, things like that, limiting the footprint of any cultivation activity, limiting the amount of lighting that shall be devoted to cultivation.
Is that kind of standard, that the 1,200 watts and all of that? I mean, that's sure, it's not arbitrary, but
right, that that's been deemed to be kind of a standard number. Okay. However, that's not a requirement. If the council wants to strike that, it has the discretion to do so.
I mean, so you go in and they go, oh my gosh, you got 1,500 watts. What's the penalty? You know what I mean?
Right. The penalty would be that it'd be, I think, construed as a nuisance or a violation of the municipal code, and that would be a code enforcement issue. So,
$25 fine.
See all those things we're going to have to come up with.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. moving on to item number 6, the use of gas products or generators for cannabis cultivation or processing is prohibited. Item number 7, there can't be any exterior evidence of cannabis cultivation from the public right-of-way. For example, if you're standing on the sidewalk, you should not be able to look directly into someone's residence and see, oh, it looks like they have 6 plants there.
Okay. But if I'm standing on my deck and see it on somebody else's deck, that's okay. Kinda.
Technically, yes.
Okay.
Because you're not from the public right-of-way.
Okay.
Item number 8, the resident shall be occupied and is required to maintain a functioning kitchen and bathroom. Use of primary bedrooms or for their intended purpose. These rooms shall not be used for cannabis cultivation. I think this is meant to guard against the establishment of grow houses or something similar, where it's just empty and there's it's used only for plant cultivation.
Somehow, I don't think that's a problem in Avalon. The cannabis plant's going to be right in the middle of their living room, but
Right, like a Christmas tree.
Christmas tree sales are going down. Okay. We got to have a little levity in this, kids. Come on.
It's kind
This is
of
kind of dry. Okay.
I know it is tough.
Okay. Item number 9, any cannabis cultivation area located in a residence shall not create humidity or mold problem in violation of the Avalon City Building and State Health and Safety Codes.
And that is something, in saying that is a building code issue that would there would probably have to be some kind of validation, I guess, because it says, maybe people who do the cultivation would know what would be the appropriate things that you don't do to create mold. But I've been in mold houses, and as I mentioned once before, I've been in a house, and it can really create it's disastrous. So we want to be sure that people are safe in whatever they're doing.
And it doesn't mean that it's black mold, though.
No, it could be, but yeah. To me, it's all.
Can we add something in there about odor control as well for outdoor?
I don't know if you can do anything about that outside. It's only for about a month, too, for the most part. In cultivation season, harvest season, yeah.
Okay. I'll mark that as
You're
a
going to
discussion
smell it.
point.
You're going to smell it. I mean, if you drive around up north, where we have our property up there, it's just where you just drive down the highway and you can smell it. So at this time of the year, so.
So the ordinance currently provides that a public nuisance can be deemed to exist if the cultivation produces odors that are disturbing to people of normal sensitivity. So in other words, if you have someone next to you and it's disturbing your way of life, the ordinance provides that can be mitigated as a public nuisance.
Okay. That covers it, don't you think, Cindy?
Yeah.
A normal person, and I mean, that's pretty valuative kind of a thing. I mean, that's
Is that it? Would that be anything? Would that be like somebody's chimney or somebody's food or they're cooking?
Somebody's legally using, for medical purposes, they're using their quote product, and there is some odor associated with that. And they're doing that inside their home, and what you're saying that the ordinance provides, that then that can be deemed a public nuisance.
This is if the cultivation,
Oh, the
not
cultivation.
using. This is just cultivation.
Just cultivation. Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Scott.
Okay. So the nuisance issue is addressed by number 10, and also number 11. It includes any adverse impacts on health and safety.
Smoke, traffic, vibration. 11's going to be a tough one to do. Smoke, traffic, vibration, or other impacts, and shall not be hazardous due to, I don't know, there's a lot of pretty fancy words. I don't know what they all mean. I don't know how you're vibrating and trafficking.
Where are you reading?
Number 11 on page.
This is usually caused by heating elements. That if you set up something and it's vibrating and causing noise, for the light fixtures or heating elements.
But didn't we say in the use of gas products,
Oh, I see.
is prohibited?
Maybe
It is?
fans or something like that, like a fan.
And
Fans or air
Okay.
conditioning units.
Okay, all right,
Maybe.
okay.
Okay.
Not that
Number 12 discusses the use of hazardous chemicals
Right.
in cultivation. Number 13 discusses water usage. And number 14, that has to be removed.
Yeah.
Any cultivation for personal use is exempt from taxes. Moving on to subsection C. This discusses cannabis cultivation for medical necessity. So this is distinguishable from the previous sections because those were for recreational or adult use under the new state regulations. So another issue here is that I believe at the September 19th meeting, council expressed that they did not want any inspections, and this draft ordinance is currently written, includes some inspection language, so I can remove that.
Just a question, is chief of police the proper title we want?
I think that's how it's referred to in our municipal code.
Oh, okay.
I think chief of police is defined as the chief law enforcement officer of,
Okay.
of the city. I'll double check that, but I recall seeing
Okay.
that.
It's minor, it's just,
It is in the code.
okay.
Because they refer that position also as like commander as well, right? Captain, commander, chief of police?
He is our chief. of police.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
exactly. Okay.
Okay, and then the final section of the personal indoor cultivation ordinance, or draft ordinance, is section 5.30.050. This has to do with enforcement. Any violation of the chapter is considered a public nuisance and may be prosecuted as such, so it would be a abatement procedure or code enforcement action of some sort. In terms of discussion points,
Oh, wait a minute, are you done? Oh, yeah, no, I'm not. Okay.
Yes.
Item number 5. In no event shall the maximum number of living cannabis plants cultivated on the grounds of a single residence at one time exceed. So somewhere did I read in here about the 6 plants and then the 12 plants? So you can have,
medical, you can have, it's council can determine you can have more than 6. The need can be shown.
Yeah.
oh, and this is medical, so,
Yeah,
okay.
so you just have to tell us how many medical plants. You can cap it at 6, or you can
Well, 6.
make it more, but if you go beyond 6, you have to show why you need more than
Yeah.
6.
Okay, so maybe keep it at 6, and then they go through the process for more? Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
okay.
Well, do you want to put a cap on the number of medical plants?
Well, that's the
Personal
thing,
use.
it's the adult plants versus the, what do you call the other one? The baby plants.
Yeah.
So if I.
Clones. Clones.
Is that the term? So if I have 6 mature plants and so many
Clones.
immature plants? Huh? Okay, so if I'm growing 6 mature, because help me out here,
I think 6 is a good number.
at any one time?
6 is plenty.
I think.
Okay.
I'm not sure how much
Ye-
yet. Maybe Carl.
She raises a good point. Is that what there's actually multiple growing seasons in this region because it's like warm all the time. So you could probably just continue a grow on in this region. I don't know if we need to get into it this deep, but just so you have your medicine, you need to rotate out. So when you're finishing
Right.
one crop, you're going to start another one. But I would assume that for all practical reasons, we could just stay at 6 and say you got to finish what you got until you get something more, I guess.
Okay, because I don't know in a plant, for number one, how tall a plant they would grow in Catalina, how much bud they would get off of that plant.
You can regulate it as to what your needs are. You know, you don't want it growing up over the fence, so you can.
So you get your 6 baby plants today. They all grow at the same time. Then I guess you wouldn't smoke all of that by the time the next plants grew up?
Okay.
Or do people phase plants? Anybody know?
You can here, but most places, no, not up north because winter is winter.
Right.
It's freezing.
If you're already limiting wattage and stuff, the plant's only going to grow so big. For every 1,000 watts, it only grows so high and only produces so much product. I don't know if that helps. Oh.
So does this appear reasonable?
Yeah, because what a medical patient should do with 6 plants is have maybe 3 mature and 3 immature and be rotating the cycles of those 6 plants. You might have 3 different stages and 2 plants in each of those stages. So every 2 weeks or every 4 weeks, you're having a new crop of 2 ounces of flower or something.
Oh, okay.
And
yeah, okay.
And like the ordinance already says, if you prove a need for it, some people might be able to prove a need for it. Then they would go to the right people, prove a need for it, and then get like an exemption to grow more than 6.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
So,
I'm good with that. Thank you, Carl.
Okay.
Okay, and then with that, I think that takes us into enforcement, and again, any violation would be deemed a public nuisance, and there'd be a code enforcement action, or the city would enter into an abatement procedure to rid the nuisance.
So just to clarify, your ordinance right now says 6 is the maximum you get. So there is no, even if you go to a doctor and the doctor says you really need 10, you're limiting it to 6. So if you want to change that, give us direction now so we can do it. Or
Well,
there's going to be 6 regardless.
Well, I thought it would be, okay, 6 unless they prove the stuff in.
Right.
They come back.
But further on, it says
Okay,
maximum.
but then the question is, yes, if they do that, do you want to put a cap on the number of, if you get a doctor's note that you need more because of whatever restrictions we've put on, do you want to say, but in no event not greater than 10 or a number? Or do you just want to take that out and not have a maximum?
Well,
And that's up to each individual.
Let's just play with this
doctor.
for now, and we can always change it.
Can we change it?
Yeah, you can always change it.
Yeah, because I think the main clause in here is like when you're a caregiver and your patients cannot grow their own, so you would act as their legal agent to do that, and you go through, I think, the state, and you go through the chief of police and the council to do that. I think you would. That's what I just read, I believe.
Okay, I think we're good.
Okay.
It seems
So
to be all right.
cap it at 6 for now.
I like cap 6.
Cap 6.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we go back to the inspection issue?
Of course.
If we're allowing 1,200 watts worth of lights in some of these houses, I think at least initially there should be an inspection to make sure that the installation is safe and meets the code and it's not overloading the electrical, because I think 1,200 watts is a lot of light, a lot of power. I would like to see it, maybe not an annual inspection, but at least an initial inspection to make sure that it's installed safely. Because I don't want to see the flats burn down.
Is there a cap at 1,200 watts?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
See, and I don't know anything about wattage, so.
I think the Mayor Pro Tem raises an important safety issue that we want the people safe and we want the neighborhood safe. And so at least making sure that there's the proper service and a number of plugs, I would call them plugs,
Outlet,
but yeah, that outlets that might be just from a safety standpoint, that would be wise.
So I don't think we could regulate that necessarily, because we're not going to know who's growing. But is that something that we want to encourage people to have a fire inspection or a safety inspection of their house. I don't know how we can mandate
Maybe we
that.
can make it a
Conditional
condition.
permit, grow permit though.
We make a
We're
condition
not
that
going to,
Edison
wait,
has-
no. We're going to start issuing permits for people to grow their 6 plants?
Good. State law allows it. If we're worried about safety, I think we want to know who's
Maybe we-
growing the 6 plants, make sure that the installation.
I don't know. That
I don't know if
seems
we
like
don't,
a-
I don't think we need to know, but on the other point of the safety part of it, maybe we make it a condition that they get something written off from Edison saying that it's okay for them to have the certain amount of ampage in their home.
I don't think
That's part of the
Edison's-
condition.
I don't think Edison's going to give us a judgment. I'm talking about some of the old houses that still have knob and tube.
I understand that. I've done a lot of inspections on the old
And
houses.
You yourself should know that.
I do know that.
I'm just going to weigh in on this and say that I absolutely agree. One of the concerns that I've heard from the public is specifically in the flats where the houses are so close together and the issue of electricity. However, I believe that there's a conflict for me in just the privacy of a person who wants to grow. That, you know, if I have a medical need and I want to grow, it is not the fire department nor anybody else's right to know what that I have a medical situation. So, you know,
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's part of the city.
So how do you-
As a part of the city, we're given them permission to do that. Where's our liability stop? Is our liability
Right.
stop with giving them that, or do we make it safety? I know there's certain issues that we can't do, or if we do yearly inspections on all businesses. Do we do inspections on this? I don't believe we have enough manpower to do all that. But where does our liability stop? If we're given permission to do this, is the city liable?
No.
Okay.
Statute absolutely says that the
Okay.
city is not liable for licensing, failure to license, inspect, or failure to inspect.
Okay.
And I,
so like if you were a person in the Christmas season, for example, and you lit up your house like the Griswolds and you know, caught a an outlet on fire and burnt down the 3 houses around you. I mean, that you know, I guess I am trying to look at it from that similar perspective that does not violate a person's privacy. And
well, then again, I think we can encourage and whatever. And, you know, everybody's supposed to have, for more than that reason, supposed to have a fire extinguisher in their home and blah, blah, blah. And I think if we do educational things as well,
Smoke detectors, fire extinguishers,
Right.
encouragement, people to have grounded outlets and to be safe.
I mean, these are all requirements when you have a building inspector come to your home, whether it's you know, private or commercial. All these things are required in a commercial establishment for good reason. So certainly doing some outreach as part of everything else. Like if you're going to grow, here's the safety requirements
Right.
that we recommend that you have.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
You
can maybe
know.
put out a flyer.
Oh, there you go.
If you
Yeah.
do that.
If you do it,
that,
then-
we'll be glad to come out.
Yeah.
Fire
Yeah.
department will be glad to come out, take a look.
Yeah.
Make sure it's safe. Yes.
Come on up to the,
So it's Kathleen, 311 East Whitley, as long as I'm here. Why don't, because fire is always an issue in Avalon, the houses have always been close together, and we know there's so many houses with knob and tube, and we know that several of the past fires that have started has been people who haven't put their smoke detector battery in their smoke detector. Why don't you do it regardless of the marijuana issue and have a building code that says everyone in town has to upgrade from knob and tube, and the fire department do a bulk buy on those new smoke detectors that last for 10 years and get them distributed out for free to the community. Invest a bunch of money in that. That could be part of our fire prevention. So if you required knob and tube to be upgraded, and every house in the whole town had to be inspected, regardless of marijuana, to see if they upgraded from knob and tube, and then hand out 10-year smoke detectors. Just a
Huh.
suggestion.
that's an
Nice.
interesting concept for the planning commission.
I like that. So that would be on our list of what we encourage, as, and it's not giving us any liability or fault to the whole thing. We're just saying this would be a good idea if you did these things and had these particular items in order if you're considering doing this. That way, nobody knows your privacy. We don't have that private information that could potentially get out into the public, and we don't want that.
And when they get a permit, we give them a flyer. There you go. A safety flyer.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. We encourage you to do this.
I like that idea. That's good, Cindy.
So I show we have 6 points of discussion. The hours of operation, Annie, you had a question on hours of operation, days of the week.
I don't know, and on the seventh day they rest, or we don't. Or now I'm sounding like those states, the alcohol states, where you can't buy on Sundays or whatever. But I guess I don't know how much everybody cares about the day, but I was wondering about the time. Do we want to make it so that we know that the kids are in school by that time, and so you don't deliver to a home at 8 o'clock when they might not be at school? Or maybe they're at school at 8 o'clock. I have no idea. But
Or are you saying like 8 to 5?
well, and I don't even mind
8?
the evenings, but I was thinking like 9 to 8 or something. But then the kids are at home in the evening, so maybe it doesn't really matter. I don't know if anybody has a thought on that. I don't know. Does anybody have a thought?
That didn't raise an issue for me personally.
Yeah. 12 hours a day, 7 days a week.
I think just like liquor, hours should be regulated, but the more you regulate the hours, the more you're going to encourage the black market still. If you encourage people the dispensary to close at 8, and people aren't getting off work till 5, 6, or 7, and then they're trying to actually get their medicine, then you're actually forcing them to still go to the black market because you've limited the hours.
Okay.
But liquor stores still have hours. Like, I don't think anything should be open past midnight or anything like that, or after probably even 11 or something. But just think of that. The more you limit the hours, the more you encourage what you're trying to get rid of.
So you would recommend after 8, sometimes some hours after 8 o'clock in the evening?
Well, my initial thought for a delivery service was like 10 to 10 or 10 to 8 or something like that.
Can you just educate us on, for people that have the prescriptions, how often do they need, what's a normal refill rate?
The average,
is it once a month, once a week, once an
hour?
hour?
A medical patient usually goes out about 20 to 28 times a year to seek.
Okay.
So it's about at least once every 2 weeks.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
10 to 10?
I'm happy with 10 to 10.
That's fine.
And 7 days a week. Okay.
7 days a week.
Okay.
And then the zone requirement is, because there has to be this home base. Should that be in a commercial zone only? Or, I mean, somebody could run a home-based business. They can't have people coming to their physical location. So does that?
And okay, then, so, but then it's also my residence.
Right.
So then you want to come over and have a glass of wine, but I have this thing. So would it have to be something that is like a room that is locked and secured so that we wouldn't be going into the office, storeroom, locked up place, but we would go to another part of the house?
The way it's written right now, it says no consumption of alcohol. I think it's
okay.
We won't be having a glass of wine at your house.
Okay.
No wine.
No wine at the supply house.
Okay. So it could be a home. The way this is written.
It's up to the council to
Right.
decide.
No, but
Yeah.
right now it's open.
Well, that's the zone requirement.
Yeah.
I mean, special commercial and commercial.
Yeah.
So limited to special commercial and commercial zone?
I think my concern about in the residential zone is that you have a target in a residential zone. That could be.
Yeah. So you, in a residential zone, you can't sell Amway out of your home for, you can't, Mary Kay, whatever. You can't have people come into your home to conduct business in a residential area. So you don't have somebody coming to a supply house, but you I mean, you're not necessarily conducting the business.
Well, what
You're
if-
leaving to conduct the business.
But what about those jewelry parties and those crystal parties? Those are done in
I mean,
people's homes.
technically, they're not permitted in residential zones.
People do that all the time, huh?
Yes, they do.
Throughout the world. Is there any feedback on commercial versus special commercial versus?
There's a big difference between having a jewelry party in your house and marijuana. I'm sorry, I don't want it next to me.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Okay,
Or my kid.
right. Okay.
Commercial, special commercial is my recommendation.
What else is left?
Everything else, low density, medium density, high density,
Which is all housing.
Housing,
Residential.
residential.
Okay.
resort,
Okay.
resort,
What's that?
hotels. It's canceled. Not the
Yeah. So I'm saying commercial and special commercial are the only two zones permitted.
basically downtown and then about a half a block above.
May I suggest that what we can do is we can draft it that way?
Okay.
And then we can come for, you can always change that to first reading.
Right.
And what we'll do is we can come back and we'll have a map as to where so the council have in front of it what the zones are for commercial and special commercial. So you can know exactly where this business would be allowed. You know,
Okay.
visually. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
Mm-hmm.
Just a question probably for the city attorney or the other legal advisor. Would a landlord still be allowed to prohibit that activity under their lease agreement, or does the...
Yes.
Okay, great.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, then your other comment was to allow for 2 delivery services.
I'm not sure about that.
But how do we mitigate the concern of we're now creating a monopoly?
No, I think more. No, I'm not saying less.
Not limiting it to 2. You're saying more than 2.
Yeah, maybe 3 or 4. That might just shake it all up. I mean, but two's a good starting point. I mean,
Yeah, what
Yeah.
the ordinance provides is it's initially
One.
1 or 2. Well, now it's 1, and then after a year, it comes back to the council for evaluation as to what's going on in the city, and then you can change it, you can increase it at that time.
so we can start with 2.
And we may not have 2 applicants.
Well, the reason,
And,
yeah,
and
you're
those
right.
2 applicants have to find commercial and special commercial places. That's going to be the challenge, I think. Is find a place to run their
Instead of
business.
the 200 block.
Yeah.
And then signage, I
Right.
can just say I'm not at all in favor of any signage on a vehicle or at a location.
Right. Right.
I don't know. How do you guys feel? Joe, what do
You're
you
not affecting
think?
anybody.
What kind of
Right.
signage they got over town for this? Carl, you know?
Or the name of their business.
Yeah, I've
Name of
seen
the
it.
business or whatever it may be.
What's that?
What kind of signage do they use on the mainland right now? For
Just
delivery?
logos and advertising platforms like Weed Maps and Leafly and things like that. They don't usually
They usually don't
have a logo on the side of their truck that says
Yeah.
weed.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Like
if a business had a small, well, number one, they're not allowed to say, hey, stop and pull you over on the side of the road, right? You can't be pulled over on the side. So if you have a logo on there and people go, oh, I know that little C, that means cannabis. And then they see that little delivery truck thing go by and then they stop you. You can't do business with them in the street anyway, so there's almost no reason to have a
You do
logo.
the business through a phone call ordering system or an online ordering system,
Right.
and they have to be verified first.
Yeah.
The first step is all the documents are verified before you even make initial contact with the patient.
Right.
You don't ever see the patient. You're never even face-to-face with the patient until they've verified who they are and given you an order of what they want.
Right, okay. So there's you're exactly right, saying there's no need to, no signs anywhere.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, then I got, Jim, did you have a question?
Yeah, I'm sorry if you guys already covered this and I missed it, but if it's limited to commercial zones, is there any concern about sort of overlapping business interests? A hotel and a wholesale dispensary, a liquor store, not wholesale dispensary. I'm sorry, cannabis delivery service. Are there combinations of business that are not healthy combinations that you're possibly concerned with?
I would say that because you can't consume it on the premises, because you can't take delivery of it on the premises, that even if and you can't have alcohol on the premises, it's not a consumption place, it's only a distribution center.
But there's odor, there's other issues.
But odor where? Where's the odor you're talking about?
Another issue.
I thought
Storage.
storage alone can
Storage alone.
create odor.
And we have things in here that they have to keep the smell
Yeah.
down.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering through all of these,
Right.
just so we weigh it. I'm not saying don't do it.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, right.
No, but
Thank you.
I think we got odor covered.
For the most,
Sorry, I'm working through the list.
No, please.
Security carrying guns. Is that something we should be regulating, or isn't that the sheriff's department, the state laws of bearing arms and registrations and?
You can just leave all we require now is security. We are silent on it. It's up to individual business to determine what type of security, whether they want to have the person armed or with spray or with nothing, just a cell phone.
And in that case, it would be regulated, they would have to comply with whatever rules and regulations the sheriff's department, as our law enforcement, whatever those regulations are. So.
I personally, well, if it's a security guard, I'm not sure if it's the same thing as somebody that would have a concealed carry permit. I would tend to want to ask the sheriff about that. But I do feel safer in a community that has multiple people that have concealed carry permits, because they can potentially stop dirtbags like this guy that this active shooter in Las Vegas. I mean, that's the only thing that's going to stop somebody like that is somebody on the spot that has a concealed carry permit. Does a security guard do they have a concealed carry permit, or is it a different kind of?
It's a different kind of permit. There's basically two security guards. You have a non-armed, and they're cheaper for somebody to hire. And then you have an armed security guard.
Oh.
They cost more money because there's more training. They're required to they have to qualify with their weapon and so forth. So if somebody wants to hire a security guard for any business, they get to make the determination on which one of the two they have. The security guard has to have a security guard permit saying he or she are armed, and that's the difference. So one's cheaper than the other one.
Oh, I see.
Most of the time they go for the cheaper one, unless it's something that really requires them to be armed.
Okay, so I don't necessarily know if we need an armed guard here. On in this instance. If it was on the mainland, I'd say without a doubt. I mean, because.
Then do we need it? But do they have to provide it then 24 hours a day, 7 days a week?
No, it's only open 12 hours a day, but
nobody's going in there.
Okay, yeah.
So I guess that's where I'm.
No, I don't think we should make them do that. I don't know if the business model would even exist if you had to pay somebody 24 hours a day to have an armed guard.
Maybe the city council could look at what's LA County doing in the unincorporated areas. What about you drive down the 55 freeway, there's billboards all along the 55 freeway that basically says different dispensaries. I know you aren't talking about a dispensary,
right,
but you could look at those and see how they require, what the requirements are. Okay. Instead of inventing the wheel, just kind of look what's working and what's not working.
Right. Right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
And
I am definitely not okay with some security guard carrying a gun to shoot somebody over stealing some weed. We don't need that in this town.
Okay.
We have great LA County officers who are trained. They don't need a bunch of vigilantes out there either for over misdemeanors.
I think if someone is a security guard, they're not going to be a vigilante. We're not going to bring that element into the community. No way.
Yeah, an armed security guard is probably more for a dispensary where you're walking in and you're walking out. But a regular security guard that's not armed is still maybe a good idea because you still got your drivers and your administrative people going in and out of the office, and you still want a security presence there so nobody's jumping them while they're entering or exiting the office. You still want, and maybe not 24 hours because you do have the surveillance. You still have your surveillance and your cameras,
Your locks.
and your alarm system.
Right.
So it's really how secure you guys want it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I wouldn't want to put too much burden on the sheriff's department either, but they are there, and we do rely on them for our protection and to protect our businesses in general. Let's say somebody stole something from a store and ran out. I mean, we're going to call the sheriffs to find them and track them down. So, yeah, but
I think I'm more
Kathleen
in favor of. Sorry, Joe.
Kathleen raises a great point, though. You don't want somebody to get shot over some pot, but at the same time, you don't want anybody to get shot at all over a hamburger or a handbag or.
Right. I think I'd be more in favor if there is going to be some sort of regulation on the security to ensure that they have a level of security training, that you can't just hire me to be your security guard, but that perhaps it's, not even PC 832, but some level of security training.
That's fair.
Right. Good.
What would the council suggest on that, or would the council be the ones that we draw that information off of?
Would that be the
We would
business?
suggest that if you're
The
going to have a
business?
security guard, that there's the minimum state standards.
Yes.
Be a state license.
Yeah.
Okay.
The
Excellent.
ordinance says.
Sounds good.
And then just on the hours, here's as if these were some comments, maybe just during hours, between the 10 and 10.
Hours of operation.
With the other surveillance
Right.
and non-operational.
Right. Okay.
And the last one that I had was, that you mentioned, was regulation of delivery to hotel rooms.
I don't really have a problem with it. I mean, a lot of the product, they're not going to be able to smoke it in the hotel. However, if they need some of the salves and some of the tinctures and those things, they don't have an odor to them, they could get their medicine there. But I don't know what what the rest of you think. I mean, there's more than just smoking.
I don't mind it. It's pretty indiscreet.
I don't mind the delivery.
The person that owns the hotel would probably be the one that would be more apt to commenting on it, though, because it can pose a strong odor if you take it out of a sealed bag, and it can resonate. It can stay in the hotel or in a small room for quite a while. So that's.
But that would come under the smoking of the hotel.
Right.
It would be regulated by the hotel, right?
You don't have to smoke it.
Yeah.
I don't think we have.
Right.
I don't think we have any smoking hotels, but I don't know. Probably not.
No, but I mean, if a person has the right, if you will, to be able to have this as a medication, then even as a hotelier, you can't prohibit them from having it on their person. You can prohibit them from smoking in or around your facility in a hotel room, and you can charge them for mitigation of that odor, but you can't prevent them from having possession of it.
Right.
But
Absolutely.
and you don't necessarily have to
Absolutely.
smoke it to have an odor.
Yeah.
Correct?
Okay.
I mean, there's, sincerely, there's two hotel owners here. What are your thoughts on this? You don't want a delivery in...
I don't want delivery on my property. I understand the medical need for it, but I have had guests that have had the drive to smoke in their possession.
gone in the room to hold it over, to pull their trash. They're not smoking it in the room.
Mhm.
The room stinks. I had to buy an ozone machine to
Yeah.
clean the odor
Mhm.
out. I have asked them, if I do notice it, here's extra Ziplocs, please package. I have given them like a mason jar. Please put it in a sealed container because the odor is in the air.
Mhm.
It gets
Mhm.
into the bedding, the linens, the
Yeah.
carpets. I personally don't want it delivered to my property.
But what if they're dealing the
salves
textures
or
and those
whatever.
kinds of things?
As long as it's not something that has an odor and as
Right.
long as it is not left out or accessible to children.
Right, right,
Because we are a family-oriented property.
yes,
I have toddlers running around there all the time.
right.
I don't
okay.
need a kid getting sick or dying from it.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. No, I agree. Okay.
Very insightful.
So, as a hotel owner, I don't think if it's a law, just like if they can have a bottle of wine, if this is something that's legal, I can't tell them, you can't drink alcohol if they're legal to drink alcohol. I can tell them not to smoke in my property. I can charge them if they ruin a bedspread or the carpeting with the bottle of wine. I mean, so we have things we can do. I don't think we need a law passed by the city of Avalon saying that these guys can't deliver to a hotel. I think I can handle that at my hotel. Don't you think you can handle that
Yeah.
at your hotel?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Deliveries would be encouraged not to be on the front street or near private property like hotels. If somebody's on a hotel property, would have to come off the property to meet the delivery.
Oh, uh-huh. Okay.
It's
What?
Yeah, it is. I mean, the
It is.
exchanges are happening just out on the streets
Right.
now.
So what he's saying is that if you're in a hotel or a private residence or whatever and they're delivering and you have to go meet them on the street, then it's like a drug deal on the street.
They don't meet them on the street.
But that's what he
They
was
do now.
saying.
Well, and a guest can have somebody in their room. You can't prohibit somebody to say,
Yeah.
so,
But you can, as a hotel.
I'm sorry.
As a hotel, you can say, only registered guests allowed, but people can come to the lobby.
Right.
And they can ask for a guest, and you can go get the guest or call the guest and say, come to the lobby, there's somebody here for you. So it doesn't have to be in the street.
Right, and that person could still go up to the room. If they said, I'd like you to send them up to my room, they could do that as well, correct?
Not in my hotel.
Oh, you can't have a visitor in your hotel?
I wouldn't if it was family member of theirs, they could, but I don't know, I've never had that problem before. People are pretty respectful.
You don't have those kind of hotels where it's, hey, I'm going to take this chick up to my room tonight?
No.
You don't get that, okay, but that does happen in other hotels if you've never noticed. Okay. All righty. Have we gone through all the issues?
So then we don't regulate the hotel
Right.
rooms.
Right.
I wrote down all the questions you had along the way, and that's all I
Great.
wrote down.
You asked about the age of drivers.
Oh, yes. I think they should
Oh, I
be
missed
21.
Okay.
Okay, agreed. I thought we said that
Yeah.
with odor mitigation.
Yes.
Then we'll come forward with those regulations.
Okay.
And then you wanted to go over the background check.
Oh, the background check statutes, I looked at those.
Uh-huh.
Those are just the state law statutes that say that criminal background is material confidential. However, cities can use it for employment or licensing purposes. So they're just enabling.
Okay, but this one says if you have a thing, you can't apply. So it can't be, it's written too harshly. Right? Because it said if you found if you have a criminal record, you're not eligible. You're is what the rule was.
Right. The language says something, you shall be deemed to have failed the.
Yeah, exactly. So I
You
don't
have
want
a
it
criminal record.
for pot.
I don't make the rules on what's criminal and
Yeah,
what's
but
not.
I don't, and I think a cannabis violation that you had 20 years ago that's still on your record. I'm sorry, now we're going back 30 years because that was just the law then. But look at what we are now, and we're saying we're going to punish you for something you did 30 years ago.
So we're going to determine what's okay and what's not on a background check?
I think we need to come up with some. If it's cannabis related, I don't have a problem with it. I'm not saying I was a heroin addict and I was da-da-da-da-da. I mean, that's one thing. But I mean, if it's a cannabis violation, I don't have a problem with that.
So that's like possession of less than an ounce? What about possession for sale? What about selling?
I don't know. I don't know how we're going to, but I don't want it to be that cut and dry as that says.
In employment law, we have access to criminal histories to look at if there are violations, and that gives us up to felonies, and misdemeanors, and then we evaluate what was the nature of the crime? Was there, what happened with the victim? How long ago was it? Has there been any repeat offenses? And then that just becomes an evaluation prior to any employment decision being made.
Okay. I would just say if you were asking for people to apply and they read the regulations, they're going to go, oh my God, they're going to run me. They're going to find out that I had a bag of weed, and so why do I bother applying? I guess however you tweak it so that it allows some lenience.
Yeah, and so when I'm trying to look at that particular code,
Mm-hmm.
because if you remember, what we're going to do is, for the businesses, we're developing, by a separate action from the council, you're going to have a resolution that's going to set forth the standards. Resolution you can do just at one meeting. You don't need all these multiple meetings. And we will include those considerations in the council's discretion as to how to determine who gets the initial two permits. I'm just right now trying to look at what this exactly business profession code provides. I'll get it to you in a second.
And then the last point of clarification for me was, did I remember correctly that you cannot tax medical marijuana, cannabis?
Medical marijuana is exempt from sales tax.
From sales tax?
Yes.
But there is no other local tax or anything that can be applied?
We can set our own taxes and fees.
Right. There's an excise tax and a cultivation tax.
Right.
And we haven't discussed what those fees
the tax
would
would
be?
have to go to the voters.
Got it. Okay.
But fees don't.
This is
Real fee doesn't.
This is a big tax. Fees for the cost of the city regulating this program, the council can pass those based upon a determination of what are the actual costs.
Right.
But in terms of revenue generating, that's going to have to go to the voters.
Okay.
What?
Wait a minute. If that doesn't, so not until April.
But we also can't. The only thing you're allowing in Avalon right now is you're not allowing the sale of recreational marijuana, so there's no tax from there, and you can't tax the sale of medical marijuana. So I don't know what else there is to tax.
So an excise tax and a cultivation tax.
Okay.
Based on how much flower comes off the plant.
You mean for sale? Cultivation for sale?
So if somebody got a permit with they got a permit from the state, and they grew 6 plants in their home, and they got a permit from the state, could they grow 6 plants and have it tested and and sell it to the delivery people?
No, they could not. Those are separate regulations. So under state law, an individual over the age of 21 or 21 and older can cultivate up to 6 plants for their personal use,
Right,
and
right.
they cannot then take that and sell it.
Right.
So
So they'd have to be in a totally different location to be able to do cultivation anyway. It wouldn't be in their home. But could somebody, if they got a cultivation permit, could somebody get a cultivation permit and grow in their own home and sell it? You got a permit from the state.
There's no commercial cultivation here.
Unless we allowed it.
Right. So currently, there's no commercial cultivation, and the state would be aware of that. And if the applicant is applying for a state license that would violate the local law, they would have to deny that license. And if we did permit it, then potentially they'd have to. Well, first they'd have to obtain a permit on the local level from the city, and then they'd use that as evidence of compliance with the local regulations, and then that would be, a check mark in support of their application to the state, but that wouldn't be a guarantee that they could then obtain that license.
Right. All righty. Okay.
And the statute contains 9 crimes associated with violent felonies or the sale of marijuana illegally, or giving, if you're a doctor, giving medical prescriptions out illegally. So what I would suggest you do is to maintain the discretion. State law says here are certain things, if you violate, you cannot get a license. And that's state law. What these say here is state law also says you may deny someone a license for this. So what we'll do is we'll just change the word shall fail the background is may fail the background. And that way when you evaluate your competing interest, you can determine, looking at the criminal background, whether you want to give the person a lot. So
You may get more points for being a criminal.
it's up to the council, however the council determines, yes.
Okay.
But we'll maximize the discretion.
Okay.
And that conforms again with what we do in employment law.
Yeah.
That is, it conforms.
Okay.
I asked for clarification, please. In Exhibit A, we had section 5.20.090, and when we got to section L, Annie, you said this is about signs again, but it was display of permits and the city business license. Are we allowing that or not allowing that?
Well,
Require that on the inside.
Yes, on the inside.
On the inside. And then did you guys get everything you wanted for vehicles? Not the signs, but the commercial answer.
Commercial auto ed or
Commercial auto ed or commercial vehicle, and state law says it has to be a vehicle, it can't be a bike.
Or a golf cart?
No, commercial auto ed.
Commercial auto ed. So it could be a golf cart.
Yes, it just can't be a bike, skateboard, drone. They've got a whole definition.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Moving right along.
So we're done with this. And so we'll come back next meeting with an ordinance that is in accordance with your direction. I don't think we'll need Mark to attend that meeting unless you want to. I think I can handle it. So I want to thank Mark for
thank you very
having
much.
3 trips out
Yes,
to
of course.
Avalon.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Scott, I'll give you your chair back as well.
Shall we take a
Actually, it was
little
kinda
break?
nice having you
We're
here.
going for 2 hours.
Sure. I'm sorry to hold y'all up. We're going to take a little break.
What?
They're asking to take a little break. He's Okay, and we're back in council meeting, and Mrs. Ratty, may we please have the roll call?
Councilmember Cassidy?
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Here.
Councilmember Sampson?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Olson?
Here.
Mayor Marshall?
Here. Now I'm here. Okay, there are no presentations. Are there any announcements or written communications?
I have none.
Okay. City manager report.
I have 3 items, Mayor. I think they are all good news. The first is that I'll have to subject you to your interpretation of it. It is. The first is the Insurance Service Office, ISO, comes out periodically and evaluates your fire system, fire suppression system, your equipment, number of people you have on your water capacity. And insurance rates for commercial and residential properties are based on ISO findings. Well, in June, ISO conducted an evaluation of our fire department, and as a result, we went to a Class 4 fire department in a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being the best. Those are big city departments, to 10 being the worst. We've moved up a step. And the fire chief, who wanted to be here, wanted me to mention that we're in the top 25% of fire departments nationwide, with only 6,915 achieving an ISO 4. There are 46,042 departments in the nation. So he's, of course, congratulating the department personnel, and I know that he would agree also that it's a congratulations to you as the policymakers who support the things, to have the equipment and the personnel and the policies that give us a 4. So that's the good news.
Yay, thank you.
That's great. All the insurances are going down, huh?
I know in the commercial that would be something that our commercial friends and maybe even residential should discuss.
That's going down pretty good, because when I first started, we were at a 9.
Yes, sir. Wow.
And now we're down to a 4. That's outstanding.
That's incredible.
That is outstanding.
I did want to mention also the latest update. Would you like me to talk about bonds, or did you want to?
I don't.
Okay. I just thought, because
you
I know
want to,
that I
that'd be
would have a
great.
conversation, I did receive a communication from Michelle Black with the Albertsons Bonds operation. They, because we get a lot of questions about what the status is of this project, when are they going to start. And she said that CISA voting on the agreement is in progress. There are some small tweaks in the final language, but we have agreement in concept with Vons and have put the agreements to a vote simultaneous with final revisions. CISA members would also, they have a few things that they'd like to resolve. She said that they want to get back some information, Vons does, on groundbreaking. I've invited them on your behalf again to come make a presentation to the City Council so they can tell you the things you want to know. Lastly, Mayor.
Hey, can I ask one question about that?
Yes, sir.
Are they all caught up with all their conditions then, other than what we have out there on the table right now? Are they all done with everything else that goes along with it, not just the windows?
Everything that they cannot start work till they meet every condition, and I would leave to the planning and building department. They cannot start work until every condition that's a pre-construction condition has to be met.
Yeah, some of the conditions are stuff that they're to do during construction, and there's other things that they'll do prior to.
Right.
And things will come up.
Yes, sir.
So what's the rumor that there still needs to be a traffic study? That traffic study, what they did was that.
I have not seen the traffic study. That would be, and if I were them, I would be doing it now.
I thought that was an important one.
I think it's a very important one, and it's going to be looking at parking and traffic and circulation, all important issues and that are. I also wanted to mention that you have been leaders, if you will, with the discussion about forming an enhanced infrastructure financing district. We have work that's being done right now on the enhanced infrastructure, or redevelopment light, is what I'd like to call it. One of the key factors will Los Angeles County, our perennial friend and supporter, be willing to work with us on projects that they find of mutual value to them and to us. They have been in the past. I suspect they will be in the future. I've now requested and have gotten an agreement that there will be at the staff level a discussion with them with the staff, Supervisor Hahn. They rapidly replied, we'll be setting some dates to talk about it and what role they can play to help us, help them, and us with the setup of this enhanced infrastructure financing district. That concludes my report.
Okay. City Attorney report.
Yeah, we just have one item. In upcoming meetings, we will be discussing housing and potential agreement between the city and the Island Company for housing. Given the location of the housing that we're talking to and some economic interest, we have 4 council members with potential conflicts of interest. And in order that they can begin to participate and talk with staff about the outlines of what those potential agreements may be, we've determined that it would be appropriate at this time to draw straws or draw cards so that from this point on we know who will be dealing with that housing development. So the 4 that need to, Councilmember Sampson doesn't need to draw cards. So I've got a deck of 52 cards. I've shuffled it. I've counted it.
Are jokers wild?
No, there's no jokers in there. So the highest 2 cards will be those that participate in the discussions and any actions for this property or for the series of properties. So I will.
You can have the city clerk cut the deck. Miss City Clerk, are you going to cut the deck?
Cut them thin, sure to win.
I'd still fight that. I would still say that they need to comply with that. That was one of the big discussions.
Are these the ones that can kind of change colors or change their
waterproof.
Oh.
Oh, cool. Really? Waterproof,
Are we
Dan?
going high card, low card?
High cards would be participating.
Get the little one.
So we flip them all over at the same time?
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
I want to see these.
Okay.
I got a queen.
3, queen, 4. You 2.
Who is it?
Only in the mayor.
What did you draw, Cindy?
Got a 3 and 4 would have been good.
Oh my God! You
2
thought
threes,
you were out of
a
there.
4, and a queen.
Okay, when you won the bonds, you won with the king. When I won, I won with the queen.
There you go.
Okay, business as usual.
There we are.
Madam Mayor, it has been, and I've reported to you in the past, that it's our intention to bring forward the status on these discussions with Upper Tremont and Las Casitas and the water system at your next meeting, and that, absent a direction otherwise, would be my intention, is to bring that discussion forward.
So the folks, and I was going to ask this before the draw, so the folks that didn't win.
No, they did win.
No, they didn't win. I'm looking forward to this. So they, though, can go as a private resident, a private citizen, and talk on issues.
You can still receive information, and we will be providing information, but the Councilmember Hernandez cannot influence the city official in the ruminations of the deal, but we can still provide information, and you can still talk with the members of the community about it. But it's just a matter of you're limited in influencing other council members or staff.
What we will do is all the reports that we prepare are public documents. They will be provided to all members of the council and available to the community, so that, because I know there's a lot of community people who are interested, and so it's just that, as the city attorney said, there are some limitations on those of you who were won or lost, or however that perspective is.
Right. And I think that's part of the questions that were posed to me was, what we had initially asked of the consultants were taking all of the resources that we have, the housing funds, the assets that the city owns, what are the options that the city could do with housing? And so I think the concern being posed of, why is the city negotiating for this land opportunity for housing when they haven't presented all of the options? And so that's what I'm sort of trying to figure out is this one option that's going to be presented, and then is the consulting firm going to come back and say, you could put all this money into Whitley, you could add 6 more units at Whitley.
Yeah, you get 10 units instead of 50, yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. Those
well, no,
are
I'm
all
just saying
details.
that
Yeah, let me say this. When you entered into
Let's not get into specifics because I don't want to.
I'm not giving them the specifics. I'm just answering her question. I think I should answer, unless you don't want me to answer the question. We're not getting that they, in broadly speaking, were given direction to evaluate sites. They had evaluated a number of sites and felt that the sites that they focused in to see if an agreement could be developed on the site that they believe is the preferable. You are correct that our conversations in the past have been more general. So this is so we'll be more specific as we come forward and provide that information.
And so they will be getting the council will be everybody will be getting the information.
Yes,
Everyone
ma'am.
gets the same information.
So then if you see something and you go, well, wait a minute, she can't talk to him?
Nope.
She can't talk to him to say, wait, why didn't you
Nope.
think about
Nope.
Tiki Hut?
No.
Nope.
Okay, and this requires
3 votes.
3
because
votes.
it'll be a development agreement in which your ordinance requires anytime the city spends money
Okay.
or enters into an ordinance and a development agreement on your municipal code requires an ordinance. It's 3 votes under state law, so it has to be unanimous.
just beautiful.
Okay, and so if Kathleen wants to come up to me and talk about Tiki Huts as a housing option, of course she can do that.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's where we could get more
Yes.
feedback and input,
Yes.
and
Yes.
besides from the professional staff.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
Nothing else.
Council member report.
I'm quick. I attended Gateway City's executive committee meeting on September 25th to interview candidates for the executive director position. The executive committee is making a recommendation to the board tomorrow night, of which I'll be attending that meeting as well. And my other question of interest was, has the city staff had any discussions regarding looking into rent controls for the city?
We have not done research yet on that, but if that has been the consensus, then we've slipped a little bit, and we know the league has a lot of information, and I know specifically cities that have from the least to the most, and so if that is, we would be happy to bring you a report in that regard.
I think that's fine. I think that they've changed the name from rent control to something more like stabilization. So
Rent
it's
stabilization, yes.
So it's not quite so.
Yeah, I'm
crazy.
just going to call it what it is because it's pretty.
And so
It's pretty excessive here.
So my understanding is that you would like to see just a broad picture of what has been done or what is possible and so on.
What's legally being done these days?
Yes. Okay.
And that kind of thing. Okay.
Thank you.
I'd just like to, Dan and his group out there at the mall, you guys are doing a great job getting it all fixed up. You're almost there. Got a couple more things. Just want to give you guys kudos to you and your boys. Been doing a good job out there.
Sales go up tomorrow. The bench is going tomorrow. It should be finishing up.
That's great. You guys, it looks great out there. Good job. And that's about it for me.
That's beautiful.
I'll go. So, I just want to ask people to slow down when they're with their vehicles around town. I see people going faster and faster, and it amazes me. In the congested areas around town, that is pedestrian congested, impacted areas, and it's just a matter of time if we just keep going faster and faster. Because you're going to get somewhere maybe 5-10 seconds faster if you really go fast around here. And so you're risking people's lives for 5 seconds of intense driving. Especially around the Vons area, around Front Street. Anyway, that's that. I want to just say a few things about the Vons project, the agreement that was made about when the Vons project came up, because I was at the forefront of that, and also the agreement was the agreement, and CISA is not holding the project up. The city council is not holding the project up. Vons is holding the project up, and I will tell that to you. I'll come back here and I'll tell it to you next week too, because I've seen a lot of, I've heard about a lot of social media jabber on this subject, because they're bashing CISA, they're bashing the city council like we're not doing our jobs. You know, we pleaded with Vons that night. I tried to get every different scenario that I possibly could outline it and asked them what their timelines were, what they're facing. I gave them warnings about what they're facing in Avalon and Catalina, and they just had to shove this through as quickly as they could. And they got their store. Believe me, we're giving you guys a $25 million brand new store at no cost to the community. Okay, that's what we're giving you. They told us they would be in construction in 4 months. Okay, it's been a couple years now. Vaughn's did that, not CISA. CISA didn't do a thing. Vaughn's agreed to the conditions of approval. Now, I'm hearing people cry now because it's taken too long. That's Vaughn's fault. Write a letter to Vaughn's. Let them know. But what we've done here is try to mitigate the concerns of the community, which is my biggest platform was food and water, and there it is. We got you water, and now we're getting you food. But it's not our fault if Vaughn's doesn't do this. They're on a timeline too. But from what I hear, their negotiations are going good with the windows. Windows is only one condition of approval. There's like 20 other conditions of approval that they got to mitigate. Okay, this is just the start. I want to remind the community, and please, don't be bashing people on the internet about, especially the CISA people. These are our neighbors. I've never seen such condescending comments in my life. These are our friends, our neighbors, the people we know and love. I mean, they're gonna feel the biggest impact with the store going in, and that's why we made sure that they were taken care of to a certain point. So I'm going to continue to stand as a mediator on this between the naysayers, the people that wanted the store 2 years ago when Vaughn's promised they would have, or a year ago when Vaughn's promised they would start construction, but they haven't. So write a letter to Vaughn's. And by the way, for the skeleton crew that we got working here, and for what stores that we have operating now, it's almost impossible to get food in and out of there on just a consistent, regular, and it's a drag. It's a bad situation. So please be patient with those guys. We got a new Vaughn store manager, and he's doing the best he can. And I know he's over his head with stuff. He's having a hard time finding a place for his family to live. It'd be nice to see this guy hang out here for a while and actually, become a member of the community and build this up with us, for us. But remember, we got a lot more conditions of approval, and it's not going to be fun, especially the way they've handled this first condition of approval. So hang in there. The store was probably going to be built, but it's not our fault. If it's not CISA's fault. It's the fact that you guys are engaging the wrong people. You should be engaging Vaughn's, calling this Sam Schenck and this Watkinson, and having those guys on your list. Of pick those people off. They're the ones that are holding this thing up, not us. Okay, and I wanted everybody to just be vigilant. I've always spoke about terrorism and how serious I am about it, and active shooters, and just people that want to defile someone's innocence. It's women, children. They don't care. They want to disrupt our lives, and just be vigilant. Look around you. Don't be panicked. Don't be paranoid. Live your life well, full, and understand what you're dealing with. There's people out there that attack soft targets like us, and that's why we got to have our eyes open and call the sheriff's department if you see something strange immediately, and hopefully there'll be some bystander that will be there when something terrible happens, and they'll be able to stop it sooner than later. Because you can't stop the mind of a sick person that wants to come and do harm. There's nothing's going to stop it. It's what we do after the fact, as you saw in Las Vegas and you've seen in every other terrorist attack, San Bernardino. That's why I've gone to study sessions about this, to try to understand a little bit more what we need to do as a community about this. I've spoken to the sheriffs, and that was one thing that actually influenced me to get this sheriff over here and approve of his presence here, because this is the kind of thing that he's good at. And so just hang in there. I'm very solemn and very sad about what happened in Las Vegas, for all the people that are going to be affected by that, and the people from, we had employees here from the city that actually were at that concert, and their lives were at risk. I hope everybody's going to be okay. And if you need to reach out and you need help, I'm sure that the hospital or the city might be able to advocate some kind of a consideration for that, so that we get through this and we prevent it from happening in the future. That's all I have.
Thanks, Joe. I've just got a couple of.
You don't mind if I give a word on that topic there?
There's a public comment period after the council.
Oh, sorry.
Just a couple of cleanup things. At the last council meeting, I talked about a couple of apparently abandoned motorcycles down at the motorcycle zone on Catalina with flat tires and such, so they don't appear to be owned by anybody in particular. Is there anything we can do about that to clean them up some?
They can be removed, yes. And I'm sure that the code enforcement will do that.
And the other thing was we talked a couple months ago about the loading zone in front of Dr. Calise's office on Catalina 2.
Yes.
We were going to.
There is a loading zone there, a white zone.
We were talking about turning that into either turning that into the handicap and getting rid of the handicap at the end of the block.
Oh.
Because now we basically have two.
Ms. Ratty, I'll confer with her, and
The only thing with the handicap is a handicapped person can park there for a length of time. With a white zone there, you have to move.
It's 10
so
minutes,
other
I
people
think.
Can get in
It's
there.
only 5 minute zone.
Huh?
Yeah, that white zone's 5 minutes. It's a 5 minute
It's
zone.
a 5 minute zone, but it's supposed to be an open zone so people can get to it, have access to it. People that have walkers, people who are, that go around that are handicapped. The handicapped people, there's a lot of them, hate to say it, abuse that system a lot. They park there all day in one spot and go to work.
I don't see that used very much by anybody personally. That
I
zone.
personally, my mother, for one,
use that.
yeah. And there's a lot of other people that go to that dentist daily when he's open down there and use it a lot. People with walkers, instead of having to walk from all the way that way, they park right there, they let them out, they move. It's pretty important. It's a medical center.
Okay.
I mean, that's just my input on it, but whatever you guys think.
I see it vacant a lot, but I don't know if there would be something that it be a. Okay, but
It's a drop-off zone.
yeah,
It's a drop-off zone for this.
It's an awfully big drop-off zone. Could
Well-
we even look at just the side? I'm looking at Bob
People have
Greenlaw.
those handicapped for the cabs. They can get in there. How do you get a cab?
Well, the cabs are parked by the curbs anyway. They would double
How do you
park.
get a cab parked close enough to get them?
Bob Greenlaw.
The paving master.
Okay, so next council meeting, you want me to bring some pictures in and we can discuss it?
Sure, and some options or something?
Yeah, okay. So we'll do some field reconnaissance and bring some pictures in and then have a discussion, okay?
One of the recommendations that I had at the last time we talked about this was also combining those or putting those spots next to each other. So you don't have a handicap spot and then a green spot and then a white spot, then green spots.
Yeah,
Because
I
the way
recall
that
that.
different sizes of vehicles. So even if you had the white spot, which was a quick in and out first, and then you had the blue spot and then the rest green.
Okay.
I just have a little correction. It might be 2 meetings from now because our next one is pretty stacked.
Okay,
That's fine.
that's fine too. Thank you, Denise.
Thank you. I'm done, man.
Okay, I have a few things. I went to the Cannabis Convention, State of Cannabis, last week in Long Beach. It made some great contacts. I sat on a panel, and it was amazing how everybody was concerned about how we should get our cannabis products to Catalina. And there were a couple of wonderful ideas. The state of Washington, for example, has a ferry system. And because it's a state-owned ferry system, they can take cannabis on there because they're getting their medicine and whatever. So I guess, one of the things, and I know that I talked to Audra about, if we just had one ferry, that reasonably priced ferry that people could get on and off, that would be legal. I don't know. I think that whole thing about this is our highway, this is our freeway. I think we need to kind of think of not just for the sake of cannabis, but for the sake of affordable transportation. Might want to look into that. Not anything today. Okay. I want to thank the Sheriff's Department. People are People are noticing, people are hearing, people are seeing. So thank you. And writing and code writing along with you, that is awesome too. The feedback is good. I haven't gotten any bad feedback from anyone. And along that line, I had spoken to Officer Cordero, and I contacted a little email, and I talked to Dan about a teen court. That is very effective in creating consequences for young people for their actions without getting them in the system, unless they choose to get in the system and not do this teen court thing. So I know there's going to be some research and study, and if you all think that is a good concept, because besides, let's say okay. And then the other part of that is, so you get a little ticket for truant, and you're supposed to do 3 hours of community service. There'll be the penalties, and then if you don't do it, then your ticket goes over town. And then also, you also are required at some point to be one of those teen jurors yourself. So now you're playing juror to your peers. So anyway, I think that's really exciting, and I hope.
Civic engagement there.
It is. Oh, and the Arts Council meeting was on 9/20. I want to thank Jim Luchahan for putting that on. There was at least 30 people there.
37.
Oh, wow. Okay. And I know Jim's busy, but we're going to do some follow-up he brought over a lady from the LA County Arts Commission and a lady from
San Jose.
San Jose. They had some great ideas. And so we got a card from people that say, are you interested in sitting on a commission, and maybe some concepts for the mission statement. But again, we don't have to reinvent the wheel, so we will be getting together on that in the future and trying to move that forward. Assemblyman Patrick O'Donnell came on 9/21. A number of residents were there to meet with him. We had a very open dialogue about DACA. Oh, God, there was a lot of discussion.
The medical hospital. The hospital.
The hospital.
The library.
The library. And anyway, it was very good, and it was nice to see him here. On Saturday, there was a celebration for Nings. We gave them a proclamation on behalf of the city council. They were very well received. The community went out there, and it was just very heartwarming. And Leonard came over from the mainland, and all the family and the kids, and everybody kind of waited on them. So it was very lovely. So that was excellent. And I just had one question for Dan. Since Buffalo Nickel and now Nings are gone, who'd we find to take over the food for the senior meals?
Very welcome addition. Megan with Metro Cafe, so some nice healthy choices. So we took it to vote. We had a couple choices, and that's what they chose. So Megan's been serving the last few weeks.
So she's going to take the 2 days.
She's got the 1 day. I think somebody's doubled up until Buffalo Nickel gets back. Yeah,
great. All right, thank you.
So glad.
Film festival was excellent. I went to the awards thing on Saturday night. It was everything was well received. I think they did a good job, and all the hundreds of volunteers that helped put that thing together and the facilities they used, I think it went very, very well. So thank everybody for that. And I'm going to SCAG on Thursday. Okay. Oral communications. This is an opportunity for people from the public to speak on items that are not on the agenda. You will be limited to 3 minutes, and no action will be taken.
Okay. Kathleen Hill, Carlisle, 311 East Whitley. Just following up on the Vaughn's report that Mr. Jenkins gave and that Joe gave. We finally have taken a vote. And I just want to give people a little information. I hope if I go over 3 minutes, you guys don't have a fit, because this is a big deal. This was one of the most divisive issues in our town. And I hate hearing about the speculation online as to why Vaughn's was delayed and the blaming and the making up of motives and conspiracy theories and stuff like that, because we don't need that right now. We need to come together. There's nobody in this group that wanted to kill the Vaughn's project. We just wanted it to be reasonable. I do just want you to know some of the facts, that it was months before we even heard from Vaughn's about following through on this condition of mitigating some sound issues and giving us windows. In fact, it was April 4th when I got a notification from them that they would be there April 5th to look at my windows and talk to me. They were really nice. They showed up. I took them through every room. I showed them all the windows that I needed. They told me to be assured that they would take care of me per the condition. They walked outside. I was gone. I was working. And a neighbor came in and said, they're out there saying that, no, we're just going to put a couple windows on the front, maybe one on the side. And I know full well, and Joe knows full well, that was not the intention. So I went out there, marched back out there, and started looking and asking them what they had just heard. And sure enough, they had a little map there, and they had only about one house on it that they were stating to me that they had to do. And then they had a few more that they said, well, and we're going to do these basically out of the generosity of our heart. So Roberta's properties weren't even on this little chart, and she is one of the main properties affected on Sumner. So I asked them where they came up with this list, and they told me it was based on this one point, number 17, and it says quite clearly, written by the city manager or whoever in the city, that designated structures located on Catalina Avenue and Beacon Street are the ones that are covered. It calls it CISA, the group, which is the Catalina Eucalyptus Sumner Alliance, but it specifically says they only have to reduce noise on designated structures on Catalina and Beacon Street. So he said to me, see, we don't even have to do anything else. So this was the attitude we were dealing with for quite a long time. It says in here that upon mutual agreement with CISA, a list will be compiled. There was never any discussions or mutual agreement made. They showed up with a list that they said was their list and that was final. I wrote this letter right here at the time and contacted Denise Ratty and said, I understand this was not her intention. She apparently took care of it because after that they came to us again, months and weeks going by. And in July, we did have somebody come out and measure 4 windows at our bed and breakfast and at my father's home. Now, they arbitrarily decided to give us a quarter of the cost of the windows at, for instance, my father's home, because they just said, oh, it's just a little bit further away, and, you know, you can challenge this, but then we'll probably just sue and not do this whole, thing, not the whole project, but this whole condition. So it has not been easy. We're finally at a place now. Oh, and then when they finally got to a thing where they said they would do it, they said, but we're going to 1099 you and you're going to pay taxes on all of this. So that doesn't mitigate my problem at all if I have to pay taxes on the value of windows added. So hopefully we've gotten past all of that. But this list was arbitrarily made by Mr. Bratton and I guess city manager at the time, Ben. So I just want people, I just want people to not go around town or on social media and start attacking other people. Like I said, we don't need that. You guys all know me. I brought my dad here with me today. You know my dad. He was not up here trying to stop the Vaughns. I was not up here trying to stop the Vaughns. And it's really offensive to be attacked for doing something that cares about this town. Everything we did, we were asking for people to be more reasonable. In fact, one day when I was in Mr. Bratton's ear, I said, why didn't you do community sessions? Why didn't we have community forums? And we all sat down because countless people who actually took the time to listen to me and hear me talk about the size of the store, the lack of the width of the sidewalks, the lack of the setbacks, the lack of the parking, when they really listened to it, they agreed. But what we had here was this thing, you were either for it or against it. And that does not work in a small town. And he said to me, oh, we always do that. In fact, I just spent 2 weeks down in San Diego or whatever, and we had community forums for 2 weeks. And I go, why didn't you do it here? And he said, the city manager told me, not you, that it wouldn't work here. So you guys need to be aware of that stuff when development's coming down, that we are a good community and we can work together. Give us a chance to come up and not be beeped at 5 minutes, but to really get the views out there. Because when people would finally listen, they actually agreed. They said, I want the store, but yeah, they should widen the sidewalks. Those things are so narrow. And they should make enough parking because it's a mess. And they could. And they could have made the store 5,000 feet smaller. And it would have had a little more parking. We still would have had enough food. We were just asking people to be reasonable. We were not trying to stop the thing entirely. So please try to think about that, people. And also, the inclusionary housing is going to be an issue. And if you don't think that housing is a problem in this town, and if you don't see how there has not been inclusionary housing added for the numerous remodels and upgrades in town, and know people that are working in those that have taken housing that didn't live here before, and you don't think that's going to happen with Vaughn's, and you don't think that having 1 hour parking on the lower part of Sumner and Catalina is going to be a problem for all that lower neighborhood, people are not going to walk and carry their groceries. Only 13% of the population lives on the flats, according to the census. Most of those are vacation rentals. Yes, they're going to walk, but everybody else is driving there, and it is going to be a huge traffic issue. So I hope when they do the traffic study, it's realized. The company that the Island Company or somebody mysteriously hired that had this beautiful thing online, these professionals showed that the best place for Vaughn's was someplace else, that this was actually one of the worst places, and that if you're going to do anything in the downtown area to make it flow and work better, you really need to have traffic be able to cut through that whole island block through the Tour Plaza so that you have more ways to get from one side of town to the other. So we were trying to be reasonable. Please don't attack us or the city council. We are still waiting on Vaughn's. We have made a vote. They have come through as best that we have understood that they can without us pressing for more. But they have taken some people and said, nope, the quote came out that you need this many windows, but we're just arbitrarily going to say, no, you only get this many. So just so you know.
Thank you for the
Thank
update.
you.
I know it has been an emotional issue. Any other public comment?
Good evening. I just wanted to update council and community on the paving that's starting up. So it's starting up now, and it was actually scheduled for today, but we had problems with the contractor with the barge and the equipment, and they are due here tomorrow morning with the barge and the equipment and the full crew. So that shifts our schedule a day out. And so what we first will see will be removals and plating, so removals of the areas that are marked out with paint on the roadways. We'll be grinding those with the Kolich, the prime contractor, from tomorrow through approximately the middle of November. And then the second thing we'll do is there'll be a paving crew that comes onto the island, and that'll start in mid-October, and it'll proceed through about mid-November. So generally, parking will be restricted from 8 to 5 on the scheduled days on just a couple roadways. It's not going to be where we're taking multiple roads at a time. It'll be a piece of a road and then maybe a piece of a road around the corner, and it'll be in one direction on a roadway, so still half the roadway will be open, so we'll claim a work zone in half that roadway and try to get the parking to be in the adjacent roadway just a block over, or maybe at the other end of the block. We will accommodate anybody that is disabled and have the parking available right adjacent to wherever their residence. Also, there'll be just a few roadways where the through traffic may be restricted on a day as we get in the flats, and it's not a major roadway. But you would still be able to get access to your residence. So if you needed to proceed ahead, we just don't want that through traffic going there. If you could take the road adjacent to it, that would help us out, because the quicker we can get this done, the quicker this impact is going to go away. Okay. If there's any questions, the best way, I'm going to be out there on site inspecting this if people just call my cell phone. So that is area code 310-570-3025. So that directly gets me 24 hours a day if you need to.
Oh boy,
That was a bold move right there.
Oh man, I hope he spoke really fast.
It's always been out there, so.
Don't rewind that.
Okay, and then heads up that the schedule will change, but the schedule is on the city's website, and so you would just go www.cityofavalon.com/roads. The schedule right now needs to be updated because of this latest little blip, and so by tomorrow morning we'll have that updated. That's the quickest way to get the most up-to-date information, and that has the schedule and also a preliminary map of the locations that we'll be doing.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
So some of the manhole covers and the water plates and these access plates that are in the street, they have big dips in them. Is that all that stuff going to be smoothed out?
So after we pave, that's when we call it raising the iron. And so we actually go out there and then we jackhammer either a square or a circle around those facilities, and then we raise those covers to the grade of the new paving.
Great.
And then we pour concrete rings around them.
That's how the process
next phase
works.
after
I
we
see.
get done. And so after the prime contractor gets done with the removals of asphalt and the paving contractor comes in and starts filling those removals, the prime contractor will then go in right behind the paving contractor and start doing those raising the iron.
Okay, now when somebody decides they're going to need to dig a trench and tear up our beautiful street that we're going to have, we've got regulations in place that make them repave to our specifications correctly.
So the problem we have in the islands, we don't have a hot mix plant. So what happens is we get compaction of all the way up to underneath the asphalt with sand slurry. So concrete sand slurry, one sack. So it's still diggable, but it has, that 95% compaction we want. Then the contractor places cold mix asphalt, and that's what you see moving around. We don't have a hot mix asphalt plant. Right now I'm investigating the ability of bringing a pavement recycler, potentially for the city maybe to purchase that piece of equipment, and that would allow our public works crew to produce about 8 tons an hour of hot mix asphalt by rejuvenating the recycled asphalt.
Okay,
project.
so we would be able to, since we've been having a problem with other either contractors or people that decide they need to dig an access trench for their vital services that go into their houses. I mean, it hasn't been over the years. It just hasn't been replaced to very good specifications. I mean, you see these access, like when Edison has a water leak and they got to dig something up. It's seldom taken back to its original, the being level. And I know there's a way to do it. So you have to come back a few times, or you got to do it correctly and tamp it down. But is that something that the city can do from now on and just bill out?
So we are billing right now. We have a fee schedule. When they pay for their excavation permit, they're actually paying a fee for the city to accumulate these, and then about every 3 years we bring hot mix asphalt. So that's when I came up with this concept of the asphalt recycler, so that maybe we could about every 3 months cycle around and have a paving week or a few days with our public works crew. And so now we control our own destiny at a very, very much reduced cost. So I'm still putting that together, thinking about bringing it to council here very soon, so that, and hopefully what it could happen would be that we could reduce some of the quantity that we're doing now with this contract, but that could pay for that machine. And then we could, and so that it's just a swap, and then from that point on, we start taking that on. And we have the ability to control our own
Great.
destiny.
It's a reduced cost of the ratepayer.
Yeah.
And we're going to get better streets out of it.
Absolutely.
And we're going to raise our fees, right?
Well,
our development fees, right?
We have fees in the municipal code that cover the cost. The actual
for that
cost of
action. So
replacement.
it almost sounds like a win-win,
They have
but
to
let
make
me
a deposit.
finish putting it together and I'll bring it.
Okay.
Okay?
I had to ask you those questions. Thank you very much.
Any further questions on this?
No, I just have a question about code enforcement during that time, and I guess maybe I'm directing this to Denise. So if you're doing a street and then the parking and then the don't park, I mean, is it?
So I'll be communicating directly with code enforcement to.
I mean, because there's the ones that, I guess there's you shouldn't be parking here and whatever happens.
We're always very lenient during these things, Annie.
Okay.
Always.
Yeah. Thank you. That's the question.
So that's code enforcement will have the schedule. We'll be communicating. I'll be out in the field with code enforcement before they're handing a ticket out. We have a discussion so that we are very lenient.
Okay, great. Thank you.
What was that number? What's that number again?
Yes.
As long as you're talking about roads.
911?
Can I ask something?
Sure.
So can you go back retroactively and get money from those people that did the lateral lines to fix what they didn't fix in the alleys? Because they did every sewer lateral line down like the alley between Sumner and Eucalyptus and Catalina. They did them, and their fix was putting a little bit of pothole fill in each one, and now it's like this going down the alley. It's been like that since they did that years ago. And I was always told that the company was supposed to come in and repave the whole thing, and they never did. I don't know what company that was or why it never happened, but they are awful.
Yeah, you're right.
Are we going to repave the alleys?
The alleys are a problem, as you know, that have existed for years. In fact, in the 80s, when we formed the redevelopment agency, the city council,
Bob Greenlaw's going to give you an answer.
is that was one of the reasons that because of the condition of those alleys, and those alleys at some point should become a priority should raise up on the priority of straightening those alleys out and those utilities that run in those alleys that are adjacent to residents.
Is that a yes or a no?
So they are in our pavement management system, so that means that they're on the list, and then how they get prioritized with all the rest of the roads. We need to have that discussion.
That's on the list.
But one thing is, before we fix the alleys, we need to make sure whatever infrastructure that we're repairing is in good shape. Right. Otherwise, we're destroying good money to bad. So that's the first thing we need to look at, and I think that's why actually the alleys were in a priority to get done soon, and so that was in my predecessor was trying to get that done, but I think that they were put under a hold so that we could get the utilities done. So I'll investigate that and bring that conversation back to you.
And underground utilities are an impossibility?
Like I said before, they're very expensive. Usually they're focused in the high volume roadways if you're in other communities, or say the alley that's next to Vaughn's that you have huge facilities that may be a safety issue too.
Right.
Okay, so it's aesthetics, but it's also that safety of having a large electrical facility up in the air, multiple big transformers. So, just taking care of those may take every bit of money that you could come up with.
I think the Public Utilities Commission requires of all electrical utilities, they call Rule 20. It's Rule 20 money, and Rule 20 money is available for undergrounding. Unfortunately, the last time I checked, which was about a year ago, they didn't have a lot of it collected. But that is a source. And then you look at it, depends on how high on the priority list those alley issues become. And as Bob has said, the undergrounding of utilities is very expensive per lineal foot. And but maybe that becomes, if that's a higher priority, we look at that either through some kind of grant, or we look at through our EIFD as a possible one of the projects that we could bring resources.
Would you guess that some of those wires that are up there on all those poles are dead, or is everything that's working there?
I hope
working.
I doubt that absolutely everything's working.
So
communications lines.
So if the people have put in those things and they're no longer used, is there not some requirement that somebody should have to take it down? Is there a way to do that?
Yes, we can have those discussions with the utilities. We don't want them up in the air if they're not serving.
And then the other thing is, and I talked about a long time ago, are the antennas that are up on houses that they're not in use. And I don't know if we can have homeowners take down. You have one of those on your house?
Absolutely.
Is it working?
Absolutely.
Well, then okay, then good. But I think there's a lot of them that aren't, and they're just an eyesore for anybody who. Huh? You can't force people to take those down? No. Aren't they a hazard in a big windstorm or something?
Cities have ordinances at different cities I've been in. They're called antenna ordinances.
That's a good conversation thing. That's your
An antenna ordinance?
The Ravens love them.
Okay, just keep on track.
I know. I'm sorry.
It's kind of like if you want to put a satellite dish.
Right.
And say you want to move. This happened to me. Move from somewhere to somewhere else, and I want a satellite dish, and they say, you can't have it. DirecTV will send you the regulations so you can tell your landlord, no, I have to have it. This is the law. You can't prohibit me from, I'm just saying.
Right.
So-
But if it's not working, it's not functional.
Still doesn't matter.
Oh, okay.
That's where you get like 5 dead satellite dishes. They don't work anymore.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, I'm
So you
sorry.
have to let people.
Okay,
I
so,
mean,
so we're still in the,
we got to get rid of
Oral?
some of them.
okay, if you have
I
something to say.
agree.
Good.
This gentleman.
Yes, hi, my name's David Bortz. I came to touch up on a subject that Joe Sampson had mentioned earlier, and we talked briefly on it before, but it got a little more serious, especially with the recent incidents lately. So I coordinated with the vice principal at the school here in Avalon for maybe possibly doing a little terrorism or active shooter training. And then there's a lady down on San Clemente Island, the naval base down there, and she's the HR lady. She's recently retiring, and so I actually got a hold of the executive officer, which is the second highest in command of the naval base down there. So we could probably get about, at least 2 guys to do a quick training or presentation on terrorism or active shooting, how to respond in a situation like that, how to remain calm an emergency situation, and kind of do what you have to do, because I'm pretty active on the island, swim and paddle, and then sometimes I play basketball and stuff on my spare time when I'm not working and whatnot. And there's these 2 girls that said that they actually had a mother that was in the incident, and their mother actually knew what to do in a situation like that, which not everyone knows what to do, and sometimes people kind of panic in emergency situations. So I was thinking it'd be great to do a training and to see if maybe you guys could set like a date where I can get everyone on the same page, like John Hawking, the lieutenant, and a couple other guys from San Clemente Island, and even the vice principal. Maybe do a little training or a seminar at the Avalon Theater, or even over at the school, so that way we can mix it up with adults and children as well. But if you guys want to set a date, so that way we can kind of speed up the process and kind of get everyone on the same page. That's kind of what I've been working on the side, since it's a very important issue.
It's a very important
I think,
issue.
but
Probably better than us setting a date would you getting the players together to set the date, because if you're going to include Captain Hawking and the school, I think those dates would be more important than us just setting a date, because they all have their calendars and their meetings. And,
okay.
So I don't know. Anybody have any suggestions?
I wouldn't know where to start. There's so many different scenarios it can play out in something like this. It can be in an office, it can be outdoors, it can be from a mountain, it could be from a building.
Well, and that I think that little committee should probably set those priorities as
But
what's
kids,
most important.
But to have kids know it,
Other than drop and roll.
No, I think that's a great start. Good going to people involved.
Yeah.
Better than us trying to set it up.
Yeah.
Say they're gonna. I didn't quite hear you.
Update.
What's that?
David has a good update.
Oh, I was just going to say that the Sheriff's Department is going to be doing active shooter training beginning in different venues, one of which will be in the city facilities, but also broadening that out to other facilities. So I would think that the gentleman would want to coordinate with the Sheriff's Department in that regard. Also, my understanding is that state law requires that you have a safety plan for school facilities, and that plan is something that's engaged with law enforcement and other appropriate parties, and that you test that plan periodically. And I'm sure that that's something that we have in the Long Beach system.
Right. Okay.
We do.
So I guess we're saying you should coordinate with Captain Hawking and the school, and because he's already got some things lined up, and then set priorities if it turns out the educational component is important first, or whatever. You all can work that out, and then better figure out how to utilize your resources.
Sounds perfect.
The 2 ladies that you have.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Good job.
Okay. Any more? Okay. Let's go to the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Thank you. We have the item 2 are actions. Recommendation is to approve actions from the September 19, 2017 regular City Council meeting. Item number 3 is to adopt a resolution approving the use of SB1 funds for the Avalon Global Paving Project and direct staff to submit the required documents to the California Transportation Commission. Item number 4 is it's a recommended action is to authorize the purchase of one Volvo Penta D3 170 horsepower engine from the lowest responsible bidder at a cost not to exceed $30,000, and authorize the purchase of one E-Tech 150 horsepower outboard engine from Avalon Boat Stand in the amount of $16,253.98. Item number 5 is to award a contract for professional services to the audit for fiscal year 2017. The finance director solicited proposals to 17 or plus different firms. He's evaluated those and is recommending that the city manager be authorized to contract with Davis Farr for professional services to audit fiscal year 2017 not to exceed $40,200. In this case, the partner would change. It would be Mr. Davis, not Ms. Farr. Item number 6 is to adopt an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Avalon, Section 917-104, to the Avalon Municipal Code prohibiting conversion of existing housing into single-room occupancy facilities. And I believe this is the final reading of that ordinance, or the final reading and adoption. Well, actually, you're waiving the reading. Item number 7 is to make the finding that the city's contract service provider for saltwater system ES Engineering Services, LLC, was the most efficient means to provide labor and materials to be changed for a change condition under the city's current 2016 Capital Improvement Program project, and ratify approval of expenditures of an amount not to exceed $24,675. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, council.
I'll make a motion to approve items 1 through 7 if nothing's pulled.
Second.
Hey, before you go any further, I can't vote on 2, right? I wasn't here for that meeting. Approve them.
Yeah.
I would abstain.
I have to recuse myself, abstain from
Yeah.
number 2, but I can vote on the rest?
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Or any first ordinance reading, if there's any of that, but maybe not.
No, he could vote because now this is the adoption.
That's-
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
I just can't
Okay.
vote on 2, recuse
Okay.
myself.
And I just want to make just one quick comment on number 5, on the professional services. I personally, and I don't know what the feeling of the rest of the council is, I don't need all of that.
Yes, you do.
I don't need his personal, all of his references, and
Oh, the
there's
packet.
half of this is like way too much information, and I think then especially if we had just something to compare it to, then if one of us wanted to get into the weeds, we could
Yeah.
look. But I think for the most part, if there's a way to
I think we
kinda
just,
trim
I think
that down.
Yeah.
we're just trying to be complete, and so
Oh, well, and you were very complete.
we understand and we'll
Yeah.
so adapt.
Extra paper to burn.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, there's a motion and a second. Further comments? Call for the vote?
All ayes.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you all the staff that stayed here for so long waiting to get up and talk about your items. JJ. Okay. Oh, JJ is here. Item number 8 for that. Okay. Go ahead, city manager.
Oh, well, I'll just introduce the topic and turn it over to the interim harbor master. It's a follow-up and clarification of the September 5, 2017 council action regarding Island Enterprises, and I think the purpose of this is simply to make sure that we have the right direction on this from you, to make sure that we're all okay, and that's the purpose of the item.
Boy, you hit the nail on the head. I mean, we just need a little bit of direction. As the staff report has pointed out, is that we're working off the assumption that the agreements and the waterside permits are effective as of 9/5/2017 when you put it in. We just want to make sure that is the date we're talking about. And
Your Honor.
Yes, please.
That wasn't the date that I was talking about, because it was up in the air and it wasn't resolved by us until the 5th of September, but it was retroactive to the time of the, when they were told they were losing their mooring leases. So I would think for this past year, they'd pay mooring fees for the off-season, they'd pay the lease fee on the float and the boats, half the annual lease fee on the float, the sub, the glass bottom boat, and any shore boats that were here, and then they'll revert back to the daily mooring fees when the float goes away.
So in terms of these numbers on this sheet in the back,
Yes.
you're saying then some of this is incorrect.
In my mind, it is.
Okay. And in your,
And it has, for Ole, it has to do with the date that we made the agreement, made the decision on September 5th, what was going to happen. And so these are based on that decision. And then the lease fees and what we agreed upon would be going forward from September 6th forward. So the clarification that staff's looking for is from what date until September 5th are we charging?
We are charging the daily fees for the spring until the float showed up, and we're charging the lease fees for the summertime, and they'll go back to the daily fees when the float goes away in October. Because we screwed around with this for a bunch of time until it got to us.
Well,
I know it wasn't all
That wasn't
ours.
all That wasn't all our doing.
Yeah,
A little bit everybody's doing.
Yeah, whatever, okay.
So the document that Cheryl put together for us in the fees is, based on what it should be, and then we made the agreement on September 5th of what we were actually going to do.
Correct. We looked at from January 1st to September 5th, and those boats were on those moorings, and the accountability is there. We just need to know. We were under the impression it went from 1/117 to 9/95. So,
and you're
that's-
saying it
And this is what that.
and they
would
were
be.
on the moorings. I mean, they used the moorings. Now, they didn't pay mooring fees. They paid some mooring fees. Let me correct that. They did pay some mooring fees, but the majority
It shows
that
that.
weren't paid. So
It
we
was
just need
assumed-
directions. You tell us what you want.
It was assumed there was going to be a catch-up, because we finally got around to get the agreement done, and this would be the catch-up, which you pay the daily fees for the first part of the year, you pay the half-year lease fees for the summertime, and then you go back to the daily fees on October whenever it goes away.
We didn't understand it that particular way, but I mean, you tell us.
But what's
We
the
went from
difference?
January
That was my
1st to I don't know if it just wasn't articulated, correctly or what, but you tell us what you want to do.
That was my intention when I made the motion.
So what's the difference
What's the difference?
financially?
How much is what's the lease fee on a 30-foot mooring?
Right now, it's a $32,000 from January 1st to.
But these are all at the daily rates.
Yes.
And I think the clarification of Councilmember Olson's motion was that during a certain period, it's the lease rates, which are actually less than the daily rates. So it would be reduced. We just have to, again, recalculate what those rates would be during the leased period. And the leased period, again, was?
May 5th through October 10th, October 12th.
October 12th.
Yeah.
So that's just a recalculation of these.
And that would be something less then.
Staff can do that administratively.
And you're saying we also have received some money that would be subtracted out of it as well?
Correct. They did pay some. It looks like about $1,800 through that calculation. So they did pay some. I'm not saying they didn't pay. They did pay some. It's just not all the mooring fees were paid at the time.
So in 9 months, we've received $1,800?
They paid in
Oh, and Bob might.
From
have that.
6:15 to 9:05, they paid $1,280 for the Nautilus, and then they paid $600 for the Seaview, and that was it.
And the previous month?
They
From
that
January 1st to 9th.
From January to
The first-
6/15, there was nothing paid?
no.
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 These are the amounts that were paid when the boats, historically, when they still had the shore boat service, if the glass bottom boats had to leave the end float due to weather, they were charged for those days they were on the moorings due to weather.
Okay.
This represents various days that they were off of the end float and on a mooring due to weather. That's the total of what they've paid for those purposes.
So obviously, we set the rates pursuant to, assuming the council agrees, Councilmember Olson's clarification, come up with a new number, and then if they paid more fees, they'll have canceled checks or something that we can use to show the deduct, because I think they're saying that they paid more than $1,800.
And I would also like to clarify, is every year, are we going to wait till the boats and the floats show up to start the agreement, and every year wait until they leave to start the agreement, or can we pick a start date and an end date? It used to be basically May 1st to October 15th.
Yeah, no, it's,
I mean, that's where we had no direction on any of this, so that's what we're kind of trying to nail down.
you
That
could,
would be
you could
great.
probably bill them on January 1st for the summer lease rates for the float, for the sub, for the glass bottom boat, and for one of the shore boats. As a regular billing stuff, and then you pay for the regular moorings as they use them.
Okay, remembering that when we raise rates, it's usually July 1st, so perhaps it should be at the end of
Okay.
the period.
That's right, we do raise them on July 1st.
Okay, so
So you're
someone
billing
repeat.
after the fact.
Correct. It makes more sense,
And
because we
the-
don't know each year if the rates are going to go
Right,
up
but
in
that
the
is,
middle of that term.
that is what is the norm through all of the other lease moorings, is you bill at the end, or you bill July 1st, or
The annual ones are billed in December
are billed in December?
for the next year.
For the next year, okay.
Did Haley or Dave, did you want to say something?
What does Bob have to do?
And Bob Messer too, whoever?
Hey. Good evening. My thought was coming here that we had everything resolved at the last meeting. We have been dealing with this since February, and it was a little shocking to get the staff report for this evening's meeting, to see that we were going to be charged nightly for the whole summer. Like I said, especially because we made this resolution, or we kind of got this resolved on September 5th, it was. I was hoping that since we've been starting since the beginning of the year, since we found out that we weren't going to be running the shoreboat service, that all this time that we've been trying to get to this point, we weren't going to be punished by sitting on the float and taking traffic away from the pier all summer long. That's my thought on it.
So this what Ole is presenting, which I have to still admit is kind of confusing, but is what he proposing and us going back to the drawing board and doing, is that in agreement? Are you in agreement with that?
I would be in agreement with the resolution that we had on September 5th, was that it was decided that we were going to get the lease mooring rate for the float, we were going to get the lease mooring rate for the Nautilus, the sub, and the two shore boats tied up on the float. I don't think that nightly mooring fees is fair during the time that we were trying to get to this point.
And that's what the motion was. They have the lease rates during the summertime, they have the nightly rates in the wintertime.
Okay.
And it's just,
And we're going to go back to January and recount.
Well, there's only one recount,
Yeah.
and that's one line item for, or there's two line items, the 615 to 715 and the 85 to 95. I guess it just depends on which one you're looking at, the 615 to 95.
Okay. So that should be, Bob Messer, do you have anything you want to say as well?
The big adjustments, if you look at the sheet, the big adjustments are for the Nautilus during that whole period. That's going to come down. The Seaview during that period is going to come down. I think the shore
rates will come down.
all the shore boat rates,
All the summer rates.
some rates come down, and the end float. So the actually the big items, the 7,600, the 5,000, most of the 4,000, and then the 11,000. Most of those are coming substantially down because they'll have the summer rates.
Paoli?
The only comment I have is I'm still not clear, unless Cheryl's clear, and I'm good if Cheryl's clear. Are you? Okay, so there's zero charges from January?
No.
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 Five,
All the
5-1
daily
or 5-15? 5-1 to 10-15.
And then Robert's,
What about January for the shore boats?
Daily.
Dailies.
Dailies.
From January of 2017 until now, what she has here is what would stay?
No, not until now.
On the other shore boats, 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, and there's another one, shore boat 1. I'm not sure if that's the same. If there were 6 shore boats, there's only 2 that have the least mooring rates. Whatever other shore boats were here on moorings, they have to pay whatever the nightly rate is.
From January 1st till now, whatever they were using.
Whatever they were using.
Okay.
hey,
So we need a motion.
okay, council clarified.
I also move the clarification.
Okay, it's been clarified and moved. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Does everybody feel clear on this now? So we can, both parties have held this up through the year, so I think it's very unfair to suggest that the city council has held this up. So let's be fair and say both parties have
Agreed.
missed meetings and held this up.
It's been a long process, but one thing that, on the nightly things for the other 5 boats, I don't know when the franchise was awarded, the new franchise, but we had been told by Brian that we would get a leased rate on the shore boats on the island, even though we didn't have a lease, until it was decided who was going to run the shore boats. So, I don't know what that date was. Once that date was set and we lost them, then we lost them. But he said until they figured it out, we'd have a leased rate on those boats until the time that we either got it or didn't get it.
That'd be great, could you?
Yeah, well, for Bob especially.
Because I don't know that Cheryl, do you have that email?
No, what I wanted to remind you is at that meeting, it was clarified that they did not have those 5 shoreboat moorings for the entire year, and they would therefore not be charged the lease rates for those 5 moorings for the entire year. And we're actually only talking about 3 boats, and it was about $518 between January 1, various times, and January 10th. For that.
So I don't see.
Pay for 2, get 3 free.
So I don't think there needs to be any negotiation on those prior rates. Yeah.
All right. There's a motion and a second.
What is the total?
They have to recalculate.
We don't know what the total's going to be.
It'll be less than 32,000. Something probably.
I'd like to see what the total is before I vote.
Well, you're voting on, but you're
I know.
you're voting on the concept of this stuff. So, okay. Or
we did already vote on it without having this. This is why they're sending clarification.
All right. No further comment? Call for the vote.
All ayes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Oh. Okay, now we're going into closed session.
Yeah, we have 4 closed sessions. First is public employee performance, city manager, also talking about compensation. We have conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. This involves property rights to the Casino Point property with the Island Company and actions the city could possibly take. During that item, council members Hernandez and Cassidy will be recusing themselves. And 1 liability claim, John Brady.
Okay. Thank you. And we're back from closed session.
And in closed session, the council unanimously rejected the Brady claim.
No further business? Meeting adjourned. Good night, Tony.
Good night. Thank you.